After the season opening Winter Cup at Campios in the south of Spain, we come to the north of Italy for the first round of the 4-round European Championship. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to CREMONA Circuit in the north of Italy, round 1 of the 2026 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, presented for the third year now in partnership with WSK Promotion. Nice to have your company as you join us all around the world. 227 drivers from 40 nations here in changeable weather conditions. And in just a few moments, our first pre-final of 6 this morning for DD2. It's been a great weekend of racing thus far. It has been changeable weather-wise. Before we race our first pre-final, let's check out some of the action this week here at CREMONA. The Rotax Direct Drive 2-speed category, the gearbox category class DD2. That's our first pre-final in just a moment. We'll take a look at the grid for you. 34 drivers here this weekend, and they have been entertaining us superbly. They're our first pre-final this morning. This is the scene. This is CREMONA Circuit, the first of 4 rounds for 2026. The carts come out onto the circuit. Ian Silvestrin with you in commentary. Delighted to be joined this morning by Zach Sweeney. Zach, the first round of the European Championships.
Indeed so, looking forward to it. The sun has decided to come out here at CREMONA as well, and looking forward to a fantastic year of racing in the Rotax Max Challenge. Of course, we started it off at Campios a couple of months ago now, at the beginning of January, so let's take a look at the grid. That is not how they rack up in DD2. It's Michael Rosina that will be taking to pole position. We'll run you through that in just a moment, but the track, Ian, still a little bit damp, dry in most places, so definitely on slicks, but yeah, changeable conditions definitely has been the tail of the tape this weekend.
Yes, we had a downpour yesterday around about midday, so the final round of heats yesterday afternoon on a damp track. You can see the dampness to the side of the circuit. It is dry as we take a look at the grid for DD2. Michael Rosina, two-time Italian champion who carries our camera car this morning. 2019 European champion Jakob Beschel, Dupont, Baccalini, Mandel, Ben Kaminski, Norbeck, Barbaroux, Rania Viras, former champion of the world, Patrick Donitza, Nicholas Pickle, the first Masters driver, Manuel Tenscher, the 41-year-old Austrian, two-time national champion, Nico Guillaume, Bende Charbot, Borgard, Dusan Radojevic, the Serbian South African, Val Kirstens, Hannes Morin, and it's Sorensen, Frederick, alongside Len Nice, who's back on grid 20. Gabriela Zugella from Argentina, third in the World Finals last year. Will Christensen, WK, 444 back on 22. Jort van Wijk, Stefano Pedini, Schigel, Demet Voilgi, Dimo Nottafrancesco also in the Masters class. There are 4 Swiss drivers in the Masters class. Dimo starting alongside Neuer Skedolatas, Jerome Schwab, Daniel Kukrazov, Marco Perina, Martin Passandina, Miro Svagusa, and Artur Widera. KRK Racing rounds out the field. Michael Rosina on pole position, the 2-time Italian champion for MKC Motorsport. There is Michael, who's also been testing in GT3 and with an eye on the European TCR Touring Car Championship lately. He's got a big 2026 lined up, including the Euro Championships. Starts on pole position for MKC Motorsport. 14 laps, DD2. We had a bizarre situation yesterday in Heat 3 where the lights were plainly and clearly red, and all 34 drivers decided to race anyhow. There were multiple crashes on the non-start. The lights were absolutely flashing red, and everyone took that as a signal to go. It was absolutely, well, I'll be blunt, Stack, it was ridiculous as they all raced under a red light. Let's hope we have a better start here this morning. Michael Rosina on pole position, Jakob Beschel for Craft Motorsport alongside.
Indeed so. So for the first pre-final of 2026 in the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, Marco Rosina alongside Jakob Beschel, the reigning champion, alongside him on that front row. They'll crawl their way towards the line. Eyes on the red lights definitely today. That have been given a big old talking off after the shambles yesterday. We're not going to go round this time through, and well, nice to see they got the memo this morning.
Just getting back to that, it was absolutely, I hate to be critical, but it was ridiculous. There were 4 red lights clearly displayed and everyone just raced. There were crashes into the second and third corner on what was effectively a formation lap. There were multiple protests and appeals and basically complaints about the start, was it? Well, there was no start. The lights were red and they raced anyhow. Anyhow, let's hope we do have a better start here this morning. Michael Rosina on pole position. Yes, the reigning champion, of course, 2019 at Jakob Beschel, also winning the European Championship. The Czech driver for the German team, Craft Motorsport, Leo Baccalini, inside second row of the grid for the Shepherds Racing Team. Hugo Dupont, he took pole position on Friday. The G-Kart 53 entry, 4.22 in the Sodi Kart Sigma. Of course, Sodi Kart had dominated the first 5 events of 2026 in KZ2. 5 straight 1-2 finishes in the Super Master Series and in the WSK Euro Series in KZ2. And Hugo Dupont, pole position in the first round of the Euro Champs as well in DD2 here at Cremona.
Well, they'll roll their way up to the line for the second attempt at the start. Once again, Michael Rosina, Jakob Beschel alongside each other on the front row. Jakob Beschel carrying that momentum off the back of the victory in the Euro Trophy in 2025, off the back of runner-up to Sem Notbiez in the Grand Finals as well. A lot to play for, though, in 2026 in the RMC Euro Trophy, taking us all over the world and ending in Trinec in a few months' time in September. But for the first time in 2026 for the RMC Euro Trophy, Marco Rosina rolls us very slowly to the line. Eyes on the lights. They'll put foot to the floor and we'll go racing. What a launch that was from Jakob Beschel as he's been able to get himself up to the lead. In fact, actually, Marco Rosina from the outside of the front row this time, the 419, gets the launch that he needs down towards the opening sector through 3 and 4. And he's been able to hang on pretty nicely. In fact, actually, the 419 getting an exceptional launch, really. Now through the chicane for the opening time. Of course, a critical complex that leads you onto this backstretch. Under a bit of pressure, though. So I believe that's Ragnar Virus with a pretty good start. He's already pressuring him. The Kartletics founder, as they now run into the final sector, this triple left-hander. Now, of course, the leading you into this final sector. And, well, once again, Michael Rosina picking up exactly where he left off over yesterday. Really good at capitalizing over the duration of a race. Really good at settling himself into a rhythm and running away with things. Right now, of course, he's going to tick off the opening lap, and we'll run you through as to who's where. Across the line, it's Michael Rosina. Leo Baccalini's been able to work his way up in a second. Then comes Jakob Beschel from Mandel. Hugo Dupont up Pullman on Friday. Coming across the line in 5th. Norbeck, Ben Kaminsky, who's been looking pretty formidable so far this weekend in 7th position. 10 shirt Marine and Patrick Donica, the top 10 Right now, though, Ian, it's looking pretty good so far for Michael Rosina.
The Italians actually running 1-2 here in Italy, the first of 4 rounds of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy in DD2. It's Michael Rosina from Leo Baccalini, 2-time Euro champ. It's Jakob Beschel in position 3. We go back to Leon Mandel. William Norbeck, who was on the podium here with a victory 7 days ago in the Italian Championship, makes the move up the inside, does Mandel. Norbeck just behind, and there's the study card of the fastest qualifier. 4.22, Hugo Dupont. Michael Rosina, 0.6 of a second clear as we settle into a rhythm here this morning at Cremona on a dry circuit. You can see overnight rain has left the marbles off the side of the circuit. The racing line is clean, it is dry, it is reasonably gripless though. After rain over the past 24 hours, you can still see damp off the racing line on the inside. Rosina into the mid hairpin, move down the inside. Leonardo Baccalini. William Norbeck waving the finger there, the Dane in 4.08. Mandel going through, Dupont just behind, Kaminski, Hannes Marin, Donitsa, Antoine Barbaroux. As we see Leon Mandel. The KSB Austria team, the Birolart. Donitsa, Barbaroux, 10 shirt, head of Ranja Viras, former champion of the world. The Estonian Dusan Radojevic, driving for the Munaretto Motorsport team. The South African Serbian for the South African Italian team of Luca Munaretto, who himself took victory in 2019, the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy at Le Mans. He's got 2 drivers, the second of which is Gabriele Zughella, who's down in P23, but the second Masters driver, the first Masters driver, is Nicolas Picot, who is actually switched after 10 years with the green team. He's now racing a study kart. Of course, he is from France. He's the first Masters driver. As Michael Rosina settles into a rhythm, 2-time Italian champion, has represented Italy in the World Finals. A battle for second. Baccalini and Jakob Beschel. The Craft Motorsport driver in P2. That's Norbeck for RS Competition. Just behind. Driving a Birolart 4.08 despite most of the RS Competition drivers with Tony Karts. Down the inside into the hairpin, standing on the 4-wheel disc brakes. And Baccalini holds off the Dane for the moment. Going into turn 11, the best passing opportunity on the circuit. Rosina, almost 1 second clear. Carving up through the field, WK, Will Christensen, also for RS Competition. He's the second Dane, he's 15th outright, but did start way at the back of the grid. Michael across the line, 0.7 of a second clear. We start lap 6 of 14. This is DD2, the first of our 6 pre-finals here this morning. This is the first round of the 2026 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. The second round at Wackersdorf in Germany the first week of May. We go to Genk in Belgium, the home of champions. The circuit now under the management of the MP Motorsport Group. And the second week of September, Klinec, the magnificent steel ring in the Czech Republic, to decide the 2026 championship. A long way off because this is just the first race of the 2026 Euro Series. Michael Rosina for the team from Lago di Como, just south of the Swiss border, MKC in position 1.
He's running very, very well, isn't he? Michael Rosina, as he has been pretty much for the entire weekend. He's been able to capitalize on other people's downfalls and just get into the rhythm. Of course, the 4.19 yesterday, after, albeit, like we've been saying, the shambolic start that it was to the third heat, he was the one to step up and really make the most of it. It was a shaken up grid. Everyone was confused, not really knowing what's going on, but he was the one that kept his composure. And now that's coming into the limelight as we approach half distance in this race. Lap 7 of 14. Jakob Beschel, though, keeping him honest. Of course, Beschel, like I say, off the back of a sensational run of form in 2026, dropped off a little bit to the end of the Euro Trophy. Didn't do too well at Sano, but did enough to round out the Euro Trophy Championship, and then, of course, finished vice-champion of the world, basically, at the Grand Finals, did Jakob Beschel. So 2026 definitely is looking good. There's moves throughout the entire field, of course, but our attention at the front, because Michael Rosina definitely being chipped away at by Jakob Beschel. It's coming down little bit by little bit. 49.691 for Rosina, 49.613 for Jakob Beschel. So it is minute, but that gap absolutely coming down as they negotiate their way through the chicane. You've got Rosina from Bejel, Bakalini and Norbeck all together. Also as well, Mandel, who's stayed in 5th from the start of this race. Biggest gainer, by the way, at the moment is the Swede of Marine, up 11 positions from 18th now and up into what it says 6th on the timing tower, but 7th as it stands on the timing screen. Of course, a few laps left to go. And Jakob Bejel gets that gap, teetering on the edge of under a second. Now, the slipstream around here has definitely been strong, especially looking at the flags around the circuit. We've got that wind picking up, and down the back stretch towards the pit lane hairpin. That's going to play very nicely into the hands of Jakob Bejel in his pursuit for the race lead. Sent to the inside, between the two, a bit further back. And turn number 1 and 2, way too quick for a send like that.
Just a moment ago, that was Antoine Barberou going on through. First French driver in P6, Hannes Marine and Patrick Donitza. Wheel-to-wheel down into turn 1 at 126 kilometers an hour here at Cremona. You're watching Bakalini behind Jakob Bejel. Rosina in P1, back to William Norbeck. Mandel and Barberou. Nice move from the French driver, Antoine. LNK kart, the blue and white machine. This is Bejel, 2-time Euro champ from Bakalini in the Kart Republic for the Shepherds Racing Team. Barberou in the background. Antoine behind Leon Mandel. He's just got by and taken Patrick Donitza. Hannes Marine, Ben Kaminski, who took a heat victory this weekend. So lap 10 and 14, the first of our 6 pre-finals here this morning on a greasy circuit. The gap has come down 0.4 of a second. Jakob Bejel into the pit hairpin. Shepherds Racing Team, P3 for Leo Bakalini. Barberou in the background. Leo Mandel, the French driver, trying to take the Latvian. The Austrian. He's gone on through and taken the 499 at KSB Birolat. As you said, Hugo Dupont fighting with Manuel Tenschert and Ben Kaminski as well. Rosina, the gap comes down to 0.3 of a second. Fastest driver on the circuit is Patrick Donitza, who's in P7 ahead of Hannes Marine, who's come from back on 17th on the grid for the Shawberry Racing Team 415 to be in P8. Lap 11 and 14, the MKC Motorsport kart. It is a turning kart of Michael Rosina. There's Barberou going through. Mandel, Donitza, Hannes Marine, Kaminski, and the 41-year-old multiple national champion, Manuel Tenschert, taking time away from his job as a ski resorts manager in the Alpine Mountains of Austria. Certainly qualifies to race in Masters, but says, no, I want to race with the best. And Manuel Tenschert is running 10th outright. Also for the KSB Birolat Austria team, remember his podium at Wackersdorf last year. 41 years of age, 32 years of age needed to require, or is the age requirement for racing DD2 Masters. Manuel Tenschert, with respect, comfortably qualifies and he's running 10th outright. Michael Rosina, the young Italian from the 2-time Euro champ for the Craft Motorsport team. That's Jakob Bejel. And P3, Leo Bakalini.
It's been a race that's been a little bit of a slow burn more than anything, right? We've been sort of on the edge of, is Jakob Bejel going to be able to do anything? Is Bakalini going to, launch an attack on Bejel? Norbeck on the back of Bakalini. And it's just been a bit of a stalemate. Everyone's running pretty much bang on the same pace with the tolerance about a 10th or 2 a lap. But with 2 to go, on lap 13 or 14, the penultimate lap now, that pressure, of course, is going to start to rise. I have to say, Michael Rosina has definitely composed himself incredibly well, dealing with the pressure incredibly well up in front. The gap has been no more than 0.7 of a second for the best part of the entire race. So the pressure absolutely on, but he's just been focused forward, hitting his apexes and driving phenomenally well and looking to, well, take the first strike of the day in terms of taking victory in the pre-final. Of course, still got the final left to go. And as it stands, he will line himself up on pole position for that. If he loses to Bejel, that's the battle for pole position, as well as, of course, the championship points to go with it. Out of the final couple of corners for the field as they make their way onto the final lap. Anton Barberou has been looking pretty quick, just in behind in the 406 in 5th position, chasing this pack. And Barberou could well find his way through, or Norbeck, but half a lap left to run. Marco Rosina keeping that composure. As long as he can keep it on the grey stuff, he's going to be pretty solid to take a light to flag victory into pit lane hairpin for the final time. And you can see just single file, they're all remarkably close. But we've just not had that catalyst to light the fuse and, well, ignite this battle at the front. Rosina keeping everyone at an arm's length away. It'll be a decent chunk of championship points again to start the 2026 Euro Trophy campaign. It'll be enough to secure pole position for the final later on in the all-important run to the trophy. Checker flag will fly for the first time today, and Michael Rosina will take victory in DD2. Jakob Beschel and Leo Baccalini will complete the top three. From Norbeck and Barbaro, the top five, of course, a bit further back. That will be keeping an eye on Nicholas Pico, who's been dominant, of course, in DD2 Masters the last couple of years. He comes across the line to take 17th overall, and of course victory in DD2 Masters as well. In terms of the grid for later on, Michael Rosina, Jakob Beschel, Leo Baccalini, as they rack up at 1, 2 and 3 in the pre-final. That's how they're going to rack up 1, 2 and 3 for the final later on.
Michael Rosina, Italian champion, and looking good to start the European Championships with victory here this afternoon. Ominously, look at that, the sky is getting grey. For the moment, it's a dry track as we take a look at the highlights, which started a few moments ago. It was slightly sunnier 15 minutes ago as we went green for the DD2 Pre-final. Michael Rosina from pole position. The Italians briefly 1-2. Jakob Beschel going past and taking young Leo Baccalini. William Norbeck in P4 for RS competition. Patrick Donitza and Leon Mendel went wheel to wheel as Patrick with a 49.303 fastest driver on the circuit, finishing P7. P1, Michael Rosina takes victory, and the MKC Motorsport Cup will line up on pole position for the final alongside Jakob Beschel, who finishes P2. It was Baccalini, Norbeck, Barbaro, Leo Mandel, Patrick Donitza, fastest driver on the circuit, Ben Kaminski, Rania Viras, the Estonian 2019 Grand Finals winner, and Hannes Morin, great drive from P18 to finish in P10. The first Masters driver, Nico Pico, and the second, Gabriel Zuccella, who just finished a single position behind. The sky getting, well, you can see the flags flying. The breeze is starting to pick up. Let's hope it blows that forecast rain further away from the CREMONA circuit. You can see the car racing moto circuit in the background. CREMONA hosting the World Superbike Championship for the third time later on this year as we get ready to race the mini pre-final. In just a moment, Mick Klinkers van the Netherlands will start from pole position. The second of our 6 pre-finals here this morning. They come out onto the circuit. This is the grid for the Mini Max pre-final. Mick Klinkers for Bulvan Power in the Energy, alongside the World Grand Finals champion Joshua Cook, James Roots, Austin Aman, Robin Raikkonen, and Logan Rolfe, who won the season opening Winter Cup. Oscar Kenny for Hunter Motorsport, the London Cup champion Charlie Page, who's been racing in the United Arab Emirates Rotax Max Challenge. The Jamaican Englishman Jackson Hilton, and AJ Stubbs, also from the Emirates. Sebastian Behrman is alongside Diane Habetz, Teddy Murphy, Luke Millward, Mario Roberto. Jan Wozniak starts alongside the Italian-English girl, Ivo Os from the Sony Kart World Series, Ivan Janisiewicz, the Croatian champion, Gustavo Olivieri, and Tristan Abels, the Dams Racing out of grid 20. Otterson for RS competition, then it's Barber, Kevin Turbo, Jack Bulbrokama, Mokabgab from the US, Chekawat, the Indian, Achille Giannone, Stefan Pojojevic from Montenegro, Francesco Kosko for the Sandro Lukovic racing team. Starting alongside Rowan Isare, Sofus Jakobsen and Kelvin Killing, the Danish and Swedish drivers, and Andre Marin starts out of grid 33. Mick Klinkers in the Energy course for Storm Chassis, manufactured in Bergamo, not too far from here. Starting on pole position, Josh Cook on the outside front row of the grid for the team from Silverstone in England. It's KR Sport. There's Joshua going through. James Roots, 1, 2, 3 for Den Holland Racing. And Austin Aman for Sam Pollitt Racing out of grid 4. 9 laps of this 1,224 metre CREMONA circuit, which was rebuilt in fact to be precise, in 2020 when the world stopped and there was nothing more to do but to rebuild what was just a small rental track, and now it's a world-class facility. Hosting round 1 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, Mick Klinkers van the Netherlands in the eerste positie. Joshua Cook outside front row of the grid for the team of Ashley Orchard. It's KR Sport. The team from Silverstone in the Kings England, the Cosmic out of grid 2, the Energy Course, the Storm Chassis, Bulvan Power on pole, Mick Klinkers. The Minimax Pre-final under threatening skies here at CREMONA. Round 1 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. We don't race, another formation lap. Zach, as ever, the mini category has provided us with some of the best racing this weekend. We think of the first rounds of the WSK Supermaster Series. That's in 60 Mini. This is 125cc Mini Max, and it's been thoroughly entertaining all weekend. We can expect the same in this 9-lap pre-final.
Yeah, we can. I mean, we always say they're mini, but they're mighty. They give us some of the best racing because they're, I say inexperienced, but because they haven't, you know, gone through the refinery of strict racecraft. We often get quite raw and passionate racing out on the circuit. Very gloves off stuff. Especially look for Joshua Cook, who's off the back of course, a very frustrating weekend at Campillos. I don't know if we have it on the highlights of Campillos. Definitely go back and look at it. Visible frustration from Joshua Cook, who was basically favourite to win. It was basically dominant all weekend. It all come undone in the final, and Logan Rolfe then stepped up in order to take that victory. So Joshua Cook, who is a formidable driver in Minimax, he's got a lot to prove. Mick Klinkers, though, off the back of a very successful campaign in the Euro Trophy in 2025, again looking to stake his claim and take first blood for round number 1 here at CREMONA. They're rolling their way very slowly to the line. 33 drivers back to Andre Marin in 33rd position. And, well, 9 laps of racing. Mick Klinkers alongside the KR Sport of Joshua Cook. Of course, the light blue, the white and the red, that's the Energy Corsa. You've got the darker blue with the white, that's the KR Sport. On the outside of the front row as they roll their way up to the grid for the second race of the day.
Klinkers on pole position. Joshua Cook from Cambridge here in England. Watch Austin Aman, grid 4. The driver from Middlesbrough in the north of England for Sam Pollitt Racing. We race the Minimax Pre-final. Mick looks back over the right shoulder. James Roots follows him on through, goes through to P2 for Den Holland Racing. But it's Bulvan Power in P1 in the Energy Corsa Storm. Austin Aman shoots through to P2. Third in the Rotax Max Grand Finals a couple of years ago. Sam Pollitt Racing driver trying to make a move down the inside. Under brakes, he skates and goes through to take the race lead. Great start from Robin Raikkonen, who goes through to P3. Ahead of Joshua Cook, who's back to 4. A new race leader, it's Austin Aman for Sam Pollitt Racing. 1-2-1 will lead across the line for the first time. The Kart Republic from the Energy, the KR in 3rd. Of the Swiss-born Finn, the second-generation racer. It's Robin Raikkonen who glances back over the shoulder to Joshua Cook, Oscar Kenny, Logan Rolfe, Jackson Hilton, Teddy Murphy, Roots, Behrman, Ivo Oss from the Saudi World Series. There are 8 or 9 Union Jacks on our timing screen inside the top 10, including the race leader, Austin Aman for Sam Pollitt Racing. The driver from Middlesbrough in the north of England, P1. The Dutchman in P2, Mick Klinkers down the back straight for the first time. A clean start for the Minimax Pre-final. It's Austin who leads the way from Mick. And here comes Robin Raikkonen with an ace drive in P3.
Running very, very well is Austin Aman, but definitely under a lot of pressure from Mick Klinkers. Joshua Cook will be looking to recover as well. Robin Raikkonen, a formidable driver even at such a young age, and well, he's got a very good heritage to thank for that, let's put it that way, as he comes across the line. They'll all come across the line to start what will be the 3rd lap of 9. Austin Aman Definitely has got a Flying Dutchman on his tail. Mick Klinkers looking very racy, but not close enough for a move into turns 3 and 4. And now again into turn 5, this long right-hander. Almost 2 corners, but that long one curve, you just take it as 2 apexes, then through the flick left and flick right. Mick Klinkers very aggressive on the entry. That could cost him on the exit, but with a very strong headwind, that slipstream going to be feeling quite powerful. They'll be picking up a couple of Ks an hour as they approach the heaviest braking zone on the circuit. Oman in control as it stands. Robin Raikkonen right there as well to apply some of that pressure in towards the final sector. We've seen some pretty good sends and some good incidents actually through turn 11 off the back of that double left-hander through 9 and 10. You are very much committed into the braking zone there. Almost combined gears, just still just about turning as you approach the braking zone. Here comes Robin Raikkonen though. Look at the straight line speed of that as he crawls his way alongside, but Mick Klinkers deters the move through turn number 1 and 2. That's going to allow Joshua Cook and Oscar Kenny to close back up into this battle onto that 4 of 9.
Klinkers almost puts Raikkonen in the grass. That will come to the attention of race control. Our race director, Mr. Alessandro Ferrari, watching on from beside our commentary studio here on the start-finish line. Deputy Race Director, Mr. Philip Trombik of the Czech Republic. And the Dutchman almost putting the Swiss-born Finn into the grass. It is Austin Aman, Vice British Champion, 3rd in the world. Sam Pollard Racing in P1. The Czech Republic's 1st and 3rd, split by the Energy. Good move a few moments back, incidentally, by Charlie Page. The London Cup champion going by to take the Italian Brit, Mario Roberto. Another driver. There is Charlie at the top of your screen. Also racing in the United Arab Emirates, coming off a recent victory at Al Ain in the Emirates, just outside Abu Dhabi. Charlie Page, head of Habits. Roberto, Achille Giannone, Jack Fulbrook-Harmer. Raikkonen, watching P3, going down the back straight. On the back of Klinkers, who looks back over the shoulder. Raikkonen does likewise to Joshua Cook. Austin in P1 for SPR, 1-2-1. Raikkonen in 3rd. Lively behind the wheel is the 2nd generation racer as Mick Klinkers. The Dutchman dives down the inside. Briefly goes through to retake the race lead. Austin says, no you don't, buddy. And Oman back into P1. Raikkonen will get the slipstream as we come across the line to start lap 6 in Minimax, the pre-final here this morning. At 104 kilometres an hour, 106 for Joshua Cook for KR Sport. Turns 3 and 4. Austin P1, Mick 2, Robin 3, Joshua 4. And Oscar Kenny also dragging himself into this battle. There's Kenny in P5 for Hunter Motorsport. The team of Kai Hunter, multiple British and European champion. This, the move just a moment ago into turn 11, did go by, but just understeered and then oversteered into the right-hander. Lucky not to be passed by Raikkonen. This time he might be though. Tries it again. Raikkonen on the inside of Klinkers. Oman still in P1. Joshua Cook goes through to P3. And now Klinkers goes wheel to wheel with Oscar Kenny, James Roots, Logan Rolfe, Jackson Hilton, and the Latvian Ivo Os just ahead of Charlie Page.
Yeah, that's the last place Mick Klinkers wanted to be running wide, that sort of anti-penultimate, that 3rd to final corner at turn 12. If you run wide there, it's just that knock-on effect all the way down the straight. And he's definitely felt that consequence. Really good, you know, flush switch back from Austin Oman and Robin Raikkonen to read the situation and work his way into 2nd as well. Really good racecraft shown. Mick Klinkers maybe starting to get a bit desperate as this race draws on. He needs to get his head back in the game because 2 laps left to go at the line. Time of the essence. Austin Oman, though, putting up a superb defense. Now he's got Raikkonen behind him. And through turn number 12 again, opening it up, getting that exit, getting that drive as they run their way onto what will be the penultimate lap of this race.
Zach, we just saw Charlie Page in the background go and take the Latvian Ivo Os for P9.
Yeah, nice little move there from Charlie Page as they're slightly off the back of this train. This goes all the way back to Jackson Hilton. 8 karts, 2 laps left to go here at CREMONA for the Minimax pre-final. If this is setting the stage for the final, I can't wait for it. There goes Mick Klinkers to the inside of turn number 3. Nicely done there from the Flying Dutchman, who worked his way back into 3rd position, overtaking the Winter Cup favourite of Joshua Cook. And coming into this, Cook may be the favourite for the Euro Trophy as well, but a point forward and well, definitely staking his claim to say, let's try and go and catch. We've got a lap and a half to potentially win this race. Austin Oman, Robin Raikkonen with a little bit of a reprieve. Just a lap and a few corners left to go. Robin Raikkonen analysing his opponent, seeing where Austin Oman potentially weak. But you have to say the defence absolutely has been there for the 1-2-1.
Last lap this time around. Austin from Robin. Clinkers in 3. There's Page from Ivo Weiss. Habets and Teddy Murphy ahead of Mario Roberto. Austin defends across the line at 102 k's an hour. Raikkonen at 106. Into turn 3. Will he send it? Not this time, the Sam Pollitt Racing driver. Ahead of the Kart Republic, Clinkers. Watch the Dutchman in P3 in the energy. Down the back straight, there's Cook in the background. In 175, defending from James Roots for Den Holland Racing. The 1-2-3 machine, the Lando Norris kart on the back of the Cosmic. Austin still in P1. Into turn 11. Will he dive down the inside? Austin covers off the line into the right-hander. Shadows him. Austin will win it. Out of the final corner. The checkered flag. Austin Oman to line up on pole position this afternoon for round 1 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy in Mini-Max. Raikkonen second, Clinkers third. And then 6 Brits, Cook, Rolf, Hilton, Oscar, Kenny, James Roots, Charlie Page, and Ivo Ost, the Latvian. In P10, brilliant defence from Austin Oman to win here this morning, the Mini-Max Pre-final.
Yeah, superb drive, and all he's got to do, easier said than done, is replicate that for the final this afternoon, where he will comfortably be lining up on pole position ahead of Mick Clinkers, Robin Raikkonen, the top 3. Let's take a look at some of the highlights. The race got underway, and it was a good launch from our poleman of Mick Clinkers on the inside. Joshua Cook fell back, and Austin Oman did not waste any time getting himself into the mix. Ticked off a couple of places. This was him ticking off the race lead versus Mick Clinkers, and there were sends left, right and centre into the pit lane hairpin. Austin Oman would take the lead from Mick Clinkers, and Robin Raikkonen versus Mick Clinkers, they would do battle and a very aggressive squeeze to the inside. Mick Clinkers would then continue an aggressive drive with a send to the inside of turn 11, but Austin Oman would be wise to that one. Again, a very aggressive move to the inside of turn 12 would be the demise of Mick Clinkers, as he would lose out to Robin Raikkonen and to Joshua Cook. He wouldn't waste any time though trying to make up for it, as he would work his way into third position and have eyes on the 2 leaders. Robin Raikkonen, a temporary attack on Austin Oman, but easily defended from the Brit, as Joshua Cook would have to in the end defend from the 123 of James Roots. Checker flag would fly, and Austin Oman would take the pre-final and take pole position in Mini-Max.
Takes the victory and pole position for this afternoon's final. We are getting news, a couple of drivers under investigation. We'll get back to that in just a moment. Raikkonen second, Clinkers third from Cook. Just getting news in from race control now that the 195 in that Mini-Max pre-final under investigation, Jan Wozniak. Incidentally, Ivan Janisijevic, the Croatian driver, did finish with a 53.895, down in 17th, but Janisijevic, the fastest driver on the circuit. Austin to start pole position for this afternoon's final, hopefully on a dry circuit, because Zach, it's looking ominous here at Cremona this morning.
Yeah, it's sort of an ominous Toy Story, isn't it? It's like blue skies, but then dark clouds in the surrounding areas. Not ideal by any means, and definitely leaving us in a bit of anticipation. But for the moment, and let's just appreciate it while we can, we have got it dry. I do think, though, the way the wind is blowing and where the dark clouds are, they are going away, which for the moment is a good start, but we will wait and see. The good news is that yesterday, when it did have a downpour, the track dried up relatively quickly within, 3 or 4 races or so, which, to be fair, I don't actually think we've, we've not got the volume of races to dry the circuit if it does rain, so we'll throw a bit of a spanner into the works. Nonetheless, we're 2 pre-finals of the 6 down. We'll go to our first Junior Max pre-final, with pre-final way coming up very shortly. Emerson McCangie-Uren will start alongside Kai Clark on the front row. Now, McCangie-Uren, of course, I don't think Dominant really does it justice, his Mini-Max campaign in 2025, taking that step up now into Junior Max in 2026. He'll start alongside Kai Clark on the front row. Luka Holmes-Balak from Zdeněk Babicek on row 2. Then comes the Swiss driver of Pashku, Alex Goodson from Jensen Chalk on row 4 alongside Martin Scholtes. Joining him there, Louis Radcliffe and Devon Mieta will complete the top 10 with Wojciech Kapusta and Aaron Unludigan on row 6. Lucian Smith from Mauritius Maznas on P14. Then comes Emir Siakovska just in behind that in P15 alongside Villau on row number 8. Christ from Fuat Miras on row 9. Then comes Antonio Pizzoni, the boy from Brazil, leader of the Super Masters Series from P19 alongside the Czech driver of Kyla in P20. Just a few drivers behind that, of course, to round out what will be a 25 kart grid, 13 rows and a very lonely grid at the back end of the field for Diade Derale. But behind that you've got Vondracek from Hans, and then you've then got Aidan Hammond and, well, Max Boll just as well to round out the 24th place on the grid. And like I say, Diade Derale, the 25th and final driver, the 299 to make up the rear end of this Junior Max field. Eyes at the front though, Emerson McAndrew and Kai Clark joining each other on the front row. Look for Zdeněk Babicek as well, one of the, well, favourites in the world of Junior Max driving. Of course, a very formidable championship contender over in OKJ as well. So look out for Zdeněk Babicek from the outside of the second row of the grid.
This is Kai Clark for Strawberry Racing. Zach, just getting at news from the Ward Racing team. Antonio Pizzonia out for the weekend. He did sustain an injury in his second heat yesterday, a wrist injury, and leading the Super Masters Series going into Franciacorta in 7 days' time. He was impressive when he was on track to line up alongside Christoph Killer. Strandel Motorsport, the Czech driver, well, there's nothing but fresh air out of grid 19. Antonio has withdrawn from the weekend to concentrate on next week's final round of the WSK Super Masters Series just up the road at Franciacorta, as we concentrate on pre-final A for Junior Max. Emerson Mack on pole position for Dan Holland Racing, the 4th generation racer, alongside Kai Clark in 267. Strawberry Racing 2 and 3, Dan Holland Racing 1 and 4. There's Emerson, Kai in 267, Luca in 228, both for Strawberry Racing. Dan Holland Racing, 271, Zdeněk Babicek, Grand Finals champion of the world, Winter Cup champion. He won at Sano the second round of the Super Masters Series. He is the Z in Teps Racing. 271 out of grid 4. Watch for Alex Goodson as well, also for DHR. And from Transylvania in Romania, the now Swiss driver Radesh Pashku on the inside third row of the grid. We don't race. Another formation lap. Aidan Hammond down the field. He put in some superb moves throughout the heats. Didn't qualify so well. The 224 Tony Kart starting way back on grid 23. Didn't have a good run in qualifying on Friday. It was Majas Matsinas who did take pole out of the 49 drivers in Junior Max on Friday. The Lithuanian champion of the world in Bahrain at the end of 2025. Leo Gonzalez, he was fastest in his group at a 49.786 48 hours ago for Majas Matsinas. Fastest overall. Had a tough run through the heats though. The Lithuanian will be a contender here this weekend, no doubt. Emerson Mack on pole position. We cast our minds back to the steel ring. Trinec in Mini Max in 2025. That incredible last lap, ultimately taking victory in the pouring rain by 0.0. Now he's in Junior Max. He's on pole position for pre-final A. 13 laps here at Cremona. This time we race. Perfect start from Emerson, who gets on the brakes early. As we see in the background, 2 karts going onto the grass. It looked to be Emir Shidkalska and Aidan Hammond as well. But a perfect start from McAndrew Ren. Kai Clark, Luka Holmes-Balak, 267 and 228. Both for Strawberry Racing as they go down the back straight for the first time. There's Zdeněk Babicek. And then the third of the Dan Holland Racing drivers. Sideways in the background, almost throwing it away was Deneg. Holds on to it somehow as we see Clark go through into P2. Emerson with the race lead. And Taradas Pashku in P4. Going into the final corner. Louis Radcliffe for St. Pollard Racing makes the move, loses it on the exit. Jensen Chalk standing back into P7 from Yetta. Kapulsta, Lucian Smith, Soltish, Aaron and Ludigan, Lorenzo Villau from Portugal, and Amira Siedkalska. It was hammered, and in fact Hans Clubs on the grass at the end of the first lap, or the first corner. So they go down the back straight. Emerson Mack in P1 from Clark, Pashku, Luca Holmes-Ballack, Radcliffe, Chalk, Jensen, Mini Max, champion of the world a couple of years ago. Jensen 264 in P6. Move down the inside, aggression into the final corner. Kai Clark puts Emerson Mack back to P4 in just a single corner. So Kai Clark assumes the race lead for Strawberry Racing. White lines it down the straight. As we start lap 3, the first 4, they all make contact into turn 1. And Clark now leads a Strawberry Racing 1-2. The Dan Holland Racing boys 3 and 4.
There from Kai Clark, as to be fair, you kind of expected. He's a driver that absolutely is not scared of getting his elbows out. Flashback to, of course, the grand finals in 2025 as Emerson McAndrew, the 235 of Pashku will go down the inside, and then Emerson McAndrew will follow him through. So the Dan Holland boys working remarkably well together. Nice to see some good team chemistry. They were 1-2 yesterday. They've taken a couple of 1-2s over the weekend, and yeah, nice to see that team chemistry working well with them. They get themselves through on Luca Holmes-Ballack, and trying to chase after Kai Clark now is Pashku. He's the one leading the charge for the team, and like I was saying, Kai Clark remarkably aggressive when he needs to be, and that's one of his biggest strengths, and that's worked him into the race lead now onto lap 4 of 13. Pashku straight there to contest with him though, because you've got plenty of racing still to come. Big movers through the field, by the way. The likes of Louis Radcliffe up 4 positions, now 9th up into 5th. And at the rear end of this train, eyes on Luca Holmes-Ballack to maybe find his way through. So, like I say, look out for Louis Radcliffe in the St. Pollard Racing. Just in behind the Peppermint liveried OTK as they work their way into the pit and hairpin. Bit of a mistake there from McAndrew. He's looked over his shoulder. He's got Luca Holmes-Ballack applying some pressure. Kai Clark now feels the need to go defensive, so this is probably the saving grace that McAndrew needs to close back onto the pack as he looks to the inside of his teammates side by side with Pashku, as they'll almost settle into 3 rows of 2. Kai Clark keeps the lead, but ascends to the inside from the Swiss driver of Pashku to take it on the final corner as we head on to lap 5 of 13.
This is threatening to end in tears as we've got a 7-car fight on lap 5 of pre-final A for Junior Max. Raras Pashku has gone through, officially the Swiss driver. In P1 from Louis Radcliffe, who was spectacular coming onto the straight, just drifting a couple of laps ago. One of 18 Cup Republics in the field here this weekend. That's in the first round in all 4 categories. Louis Radcliffe, as we see Emerson onto the grass, a spin in the background. It looked to be Myers Matsinas, the fastest qualifier. It was the champion of the world in Bahrain at the end of 2025. Turned around in the background, coming onto the straight. Martinez, who had just set the fastest lap, a 51.259, is going to cross the line way down the field as Raras Pashku now pulls away, almost half a second clear of the Card Republic of Louis Radcliffe. Clark, Zdenek Babacek, Emerson McAndrew, Kapulsta, Chalk, Aaron Ludigan, Midash, the 2 Turks inside the top 10, ahead of Luca Holmes-Ballack and Lucian Smith. Myers Martinez crosses the line in position 18, I should say. Way down the field as we see Luca into the back of Aaron Ludigan. Well, the front spoilers will be inspected on their return to Parc Fermé at the end of this. And I'd suggest to you that there'll be quite a few out of position, because this is not the cleanest Junior Max pre-final we've seen. It may well be, though, for Raras Pashku, Romanian champion, Swiss champion as well. Louis Radcliffe in the Cut Republic. Then it's KC in P3, Clark, 267, dives down the inside. Nice move, cleanly done as well for Kai Clark, who goes through to second place. Back to Babacek. There's Danek, who's broken clear slightly of Emerson, his Dan Holland Racing teammate. In the background, that was Lucian Smith, Merat, Ludigan, Yeta, Bilal Soltis, Alex Goodson down in 15, Amir Siedkowska, and the Lithuanian, the fastest qualifier. Majas Matsinas down in 17th position. Kai Clark for Strawberry Racing, the legendary British team who have won everything in the world of Rotax racing over the past 2 decades. The team of Paul Spencer in the Tony Kart race of 401 T chassis. It's the Lando Norris kart in P1. There is Louis in P3. The Kart Republic, 227 drivers here this weekend. And as we see Stanek down the inside, 18 Kart Republics in total out of the whole field, or the whole entry, we should say. Louis back to P4 in the Kart Republic. And then it's Emerson who started on pole. Good try from Kapusta. Wojcik, KRK Racing, who started grid 11, now in P6 from Luca Holmes, Balak, Jensen Shaw, Midas and Ludigan. The 2 Turks round out the top 10. Nice pass down the inside. Stanek Babacek goes by Kai Clark, who's in the grass. Loses 3 positions, in fact. Clark back to P5. Standing behind Radesh Pashku. The gap is 1.4 seconds. There's the 201 of Kapusta for KRK Racing. Multiple champions in the Polish Rotax Max Challenge. Also the Central European Zone Challenge. Wojciech Kapusta, 201. In the Berilat, there's Freight Train of 4. Emerson on the inside. Emerson goes down the inside, puts Louis Radcliffe back another position. The Seoul Kart Republic fighting amongst the OTK and Berilats. It's Radesh Pashkul as Majas Matsinas down in P15 sets another fastest lap, trying to recover. This is lap 10 of 13. Pre-final 8 for Junior Max here at Cremona.
McAndrew, he's fighting for pole position. Basically, right now he's matched with Popcorn on 8 penalty points over the weekend. Any lower, and he runs the risk of potentially losing out to Popcorn. So this is an important race for McAndrew, and of course, starting it on pole position. Maybe inexperience costing him in terms of falling back in the pack, but he's been able to work his way back forwards again. Same to Kai Clark, very esteemed in the world of Junior Max, has been right at the top end for at least 2025 and now into 2026. Lap 11 of 13, so 3 to go, including this one. Pashku has come very nicely packaged together for the Romanian Swiss. He's just driven exactly how he needs to, putting the kart where it needs to be, and that situational awareness has really elevated the Dan Holland Racing to now a 1.2 second gap from Zdenek Babacek, who took victory a couple of months ago at Campillos in what was a very competitive Junior Max field. Right now, Kai Clark, you can see that Strawberry Racing 267 on the back of the Dan Holland Racing 231 in McAndrew, and again, a battle directly for pole position. Of course, Kai Clark has got a chance of taking pole position for the final, but he needs to be working a lot further forward than 4th. McAndrew is the first step in doing that. They've got a bit of a gap, though, to Zdenek Babacek, so right now it is the train for 3rd position, and that's pretty much their ceiling. The top 2, I'm not going to say are set in stone, but well, they're very much doing them. They've got one hand on it with 2 laps left to go and almost a 2-second lead. Right now, Dan Holland Racing 1, 2, and 3 with Pashku, Babacek, and McAndrew, Kapusta as well, trying to put some pressure onto Kai Clark in this 3-cut train. But now 3rd, a lap and a half left to go. The last lap board awaits the arrival of the 235, who is, well, just under a second clear of Zdenek Babacek. He's been chipping away at that gap. Last time through 3/10 in favour of Babacek, who's climbed his way up a couple of places. He dropped down at the start. He's now next up 2 in what has been a very impressive race for the Czech driver, chasing after the Swissman and onto the final lap of the race for the Junior Max Pre-final A here at Cremona. Pashku will lead them onto it, look over the shoulder, 8/10 back to Zdenek Babacek. I think it's just going to be too little, too late for Babacek. There's defensive in the background. Jensen Chalk trying to keep the likes of Luca Holmes-Balak and Louis Radcliffe at bay. That train has really dropped off in this battle. As McCann Duran will lead Kai Clark and Kapusta in the fight for third. As it stands, McCann Duran secures pole position, but that's pending the result of, well, the rest of this lap and Popicle's result in pre-final B in just a moment. Look over the shoulder from McCann Duran, skates it under, brakes into turn number 8. Top 2, Babacek reeling in Pashku, just going to run out of time at the sharp end. Is there anything that Kai Clark can do to deny Emerson McCann Duran over top 3? He's got it covered, turning in nice and early. Is McCann Duran through the final couple of corners just to cover that off and ascend to the inside. What a move that was from Kapusta. Caught Kai Clark right off guard there. The checker flag will fly at the front. And Pashku will take it. Lead home at Dan Holland Racing 1, 2 and 3 in pre-final way for Junior Max, Zdenek Babacek and Emerson McCann Duran. And a swarm of Junior Max karts come across the line in the background. Mauritius Masnas trying to make the most of it and recover after a spin. He comes home the world champion in P8 just ahead of Louis Radcliffe. And Lucian Smith taking that step up into Junior Max in 2026 as well is the KR Sport 244. A great drive there from Pashku and a great drive as well from Babacek to finish within half a second of the race lead.
Dan Holland Racing come home at 1, 2 and 3. And that was not looking likely midway through pre-final A for Junior Max. Emerson coming home third, and as it stands, should start, we believe this is provisional, from pole position for the final later this afternoon under threatening skies here at Cremona. Radoš Pashku, the Romanian-Swiss driver, takes the victory from Zdenek Babacek. And Emerson McCann Duran, Dan Holland Racing, the team from Wilton Mill in England, 1, 2 and 3. Great drive from Wojciech Kapusta, taking Kai Clark on the final corner of the final lap of the race. The pole for KRK Racing in P4. And it was Clark from Jensen Chalk, Luca Holmes-Balak, Myers Matzin's good recovery. He was down in 17th, 18th in fact at one point. Louis Radcliffe and Lucian Smith will watch the KR Sport driver in this afternoon's final. He finishes 10th from Laurencio Villau. First of the two Turks, Heranan Ludigan, Soltish, Ali Miras, the second Turk. Jetta, Hans Klavs, Christoph Killer, Bogsmol, Von der Cech, Aiden Hammond, Kasper Kvist, Emma Siedkowska, and not finishing, Alex Goodson, Dida Derdale, and of course, as we mentioned, Antonio out for the weekend. Dan Holland Racing 1, 2 and 3 with Radoš Pashku, Zdenek Babacek and Emerson McCann Duran, who we believe will start from pole position regardless of what happens in pre-final B, which will come out onto the circuit in just a moment. Being led by the pole. He'll start from pole. Marcel Popical for RS competition. A little bit of sunshine breaking up the cloud cover encouragingly here this morning, because we do have the threat of rain just as we line up on the grid for the first of our finals this afternoon. That is just after 1:30 for DD2 Pre-final B, as we work our way through the morning, the second half of this morning's pre-finals for Junior Max. This is round 1 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy here at Cremona before we go to Wackersdorf Pro Kart Raceland in beautiful Bavaria. In Germany, Genk, the home of champions, for round 3, and Trinec in September in the Czech Republic. Marshall, the pole on pole from Jack Collinson, the Brit now racing with a Latvian license, racing in the Latvian Championships as well. Albert Friend, Lance Seidel, Sebastian Clark and Alfie Ward. Taylor, the Scotsman, Kimi May from Germany, Ken Van Melik, and the Swiss Spaniard Leo Gonzalez for NKC Motorsport. Olivier Chasset, the Colombian-Canadian Branislav Renka, Gabriele Giacomelli, Shell Hertman, Brandersburg, Paduan, Yotsutis, Miguel Grantins, Julian Duema, and Riley Morrow, who's had a tough weekend here at Cremona. The Sam Pollitt Racing Kart Republic starts back out of grid 20. Alperslan, and it's Christiansen, Daniel Hakkinen on the final row of the grid, alongside Thomas Gavagnano, also for Sam Pollitt Racing. The cloud cover, you can just see the sunshine lighting up the Cremona circuit. A magnificent complex here in the north of Italy. Back on the calendar, the final weekend of September. For the third time, a round of the World Superbike Championship. Indeed, we had the Kawasaki World Superbike team at testing here over the past few days. And that's been entertaining us between heats as well. This is Marcel for RS Competition, Jack Collinson. The Brit, yes, as we mentioned, for Hunter Motorsport, also racing in the Nordic and Latvian Championships where he's taken a victory. Big season for Jack, 291. Driving for Kai Hunter Motorsport, the team from Warden Law in the north of England. Albert Friend, British champion, European and Cup Masters champion. Had a quiet weekend, but he'll certainly be a threat. He's worked his way to start into Grid 3 alongside Luan Seidel. The first of the Swiss drivers for KR Sport, 223 in the Cosmic Kart. So the fields start to line up as the sun lights up CREMONA circuit. This is Junior Max Pre-final B. It is the pole on pole for the Danish team, Marcel Popperkol for RS Competition. The 234 Tony Kart, the race at 401T. Jack in the CS55 on the outside of the front row of the grid. We race. Matteo Padoan shoots to the center of the circuit. The 54 squad that, of course, a driver. Let's hope that he did not preempt the start. He's made up a couple of positions as we've got a crash down into turn 1. The yellow flag you can see is flying into the first corner. The drivers are fine. The leaders go down the back straight. Up the inside, Marcel Popperkol has to defend. It's the Dan Holland Racing driver. Albert Friend, who's gone through to take the race lead. Gabriele Giacomelli was the driver involved in that first lap crash. As Albert goes on by to take the race lead, Gabriele Giacomelli has restarted, but way down the field. Dan Holland Racing finished 1, 2, 3 in pre-final A for Junior Max. They lead across the line for the first time from the pole sitter. Albert White lines it down the straight at 114.7 kilometers an hour from Marcel. Jack in P3 from Harry Taylor, Clark Ward. And a good start from Leo Gonzalez.
Yeah, of course, Gonzalez has been one to watch basically all weekend long. It's been a bit of a roller coaster, to be honest, up and down in terms of form, but look out for the 254 as he carves his way through the field. Look over the shoulder from Albie Friend. He's very safe as a move to the inside there from Collinson, the British Latvian, as is getting very aggressive there. Is Collinson, of course, desperately trying to hang on to what was second position. Of course, in the end, is up to drop back. The 234 of Popperkol settles into what is now fourth place, just in behind Sebastian Clark. So we'll see as to exactly who is where after, well, the second lap and on to the third of racing. A very busy mid-pack as well in the, to the sense that like the Riley Morrows, Luan Seidel right at the back end of the top 10 and just outside of it on to lap number 3. So it's Albie Friend from Harry Taylor. Then comes Sebastian Clark. Popperkol, Collins in the top 5. Grantin's up 12 places, by the way. 18th now into 6th is the Norwegian. Grantin's always one of those dark horses that will just, well, surprise you when you least expect it. Albie Friend looking over his shoulder. A driver in Junior Max that was taking the battle very comfortably to the likes of Jacob Ashcroft over 2025. Of course, the reigning 2024 world champion going into 2025 and finished P2 in the grand finals. Now is off into Ginetta Juniors, so on the up and up, and Albie Friend was one of those contending him. Down the inside though goes Harry Taylor, nicely done from the 227, straight back down the inside. Albie Friend looks for it. There's side pod to side pod contact between the two of them. Harry Taylor goes spearing off, just narrowly able to keep it out of the barrier and rejoin further down the field. Settling back into second place then is Popperkol, our pole sitter, who's battling away to keep himself on the front row. Kai Clark is looking at this race going, well, there's an opportunity here if Popperkol drops downwards. Right now there's only 3 penalty points between the two of them, and this well, level of competition in pre-final B, very easy for Popperkol to win it, very easy for him to finish outside the top 5. Defensive as they go into the pit lane hairpin. The KR Sport of Clark has to go with him as well, because the threat from those behind absolutely not relieving, as Grantis, Luan Seidel, Harry Taylor all getting themselves back involved, giving the top 2 a bit of a reprieve. The 233 of Grantins. Tries to tick off yet another position. He's net up 12 from 18th as it stands. He'd like a couple more as we make our way onto the 5th lap of racing. Albie Friend leads Popical once again.
Albert Friend finds speed at the right time of the weekend. Controversially coming together with his teammate Harry Taylor, who's crossed the line in position 6. 227 car behind Mikael Grantins, the Norwegian, who's come storming up through the field, as Zach just mentioned. That's a brilliant drive from Mikael Grantins in 2.33. Jack Collinson goes through Hunter Motorsport. It's the CS55 kart, the Carlos Sainz 55 kart, which was launched at this very circuit by the then Ferrari Formula 1 driver Carlos Sainz. So Friend, British champion, European champion, home circuit of Rye House in the north of London. Now racing in Junior Max and leading in pre-final B. Popical second, Sebastian Clark, Jack back in P4 from Taylor. Alfie Ward, Trent van Melk. Renka, Branislav has got by and taken Mikael Grantins. Leo Gonzalez. MKC Motorsport started grid 10. And that's exactly where the Swiss Spaniard runs. As we go to the second half of pre-final B for Junior Max. Down the back straight. 227 is Taylor. Ward just behind. It's Alfie for KR Sport, who was racing in Mini Max in 2025. Now in P6 in Junior Max pre-final B. It is Albert Friend just in the race lead from Marcel Popical. This battle for 5, 6 and 7 between Taylor, Collinson, Ward, Van Melk, as we get news of Mikael Grantins. Well, he got a super start. Mikael Grantins from Norway. Mikael Grantins from grid 18 in this battle in P6. A good start. It was too good. He's been given a 3-second penalty. He's not the only one, though. Matteo Padawan, you saw the Squadra Corsa 54. The Italian driver, dart to the inside off the start. We suggested, we hope he didn't preempt the start. He did. 3-second penalty also to Matteo Padawan. And Mikael Grantins, after that super launch, it was too super, a 3-second penalty as well. He set the fastest lap of the race at 50.850. Albert Friend, Popical, and Sebastian Clark pointing to Marcel, saying, go boy, go. Because Albert Friend is now starting to pull away ever so slightly. As it stands, the grid for this afternoon's final provisionally is Emerson Mack on pole, Marcel alongside. Second row of the grid will be Kai Clark and Albert Friend. Roris Pashkul and Zdenek Babacek on the third row. Jack Collinson to start alongside Luca Holmes-Ballack as it stands. Jack back in P9 is the now Nordic driver for Hunter Motorsport. We're about to start lap 9 here. There's Sebastian in 251 for KR Sport. Marcel closes the door aggressively. Mikael Grantins for Craft Motorsport in the middle of this battle, remember, has been given a 3-second penalty. Albert Friend now starting to pull away. The gap is half a second. Goes down the back straight, glances back over the left shoulder. Marcel looks over his right shoulder. Taylor, Clark, and Alfie Ward in this battle, disregarding Mikael Grantins. In the center of your screen in 2.33, the car dances up onto 3 wheels. And Sebastian Clark goes wide and loses the 2 positions. Takes it back on Mikael Grantins on the exit. Albert Friend finding speed at the right time of the weekend. Again, looks back over the left shoulder. The gap's 0.7 of a second to Marcel. Emerson McAndrew Wren watching on from pit lane. Provisionally has locked in pole position regardless of what happens in the remaining 3 laps of Junior Max pre-final B here this morning.
He's done a remarkable job, has Emerson McAndrew, and even with the inexperience himself and his family taken aback a little bit as to just how quickly that progress has come. Wasn't expecting it, but to be mixing it up with some of the best in the world. Mauritius Mazanas, of course, the reigning world champion. So very impressive stuff from McAndrew, and we'll have to wait and see as to what he can do in the final later on, because he's got some very tough competition, the likes of Popcol, Kai Clark, Albie Friend, the 2 rows behind him. And from what we've seen from Albie Friend, it's been nothing but, well, it's been anything but friendly, to be honest. He's been exceptional so far in pre-final B, carving his way forwards from 3rd on the grid, getting his elbows up when he needs it, even to his own teammate, and now leads from about 0.8 of a second back to Popcol in P2, the 2:34, doing enough to secure what will be a front row start for the final later on. Harry Taylor recovers nicely into 3rd position. Of course, he was narrowly missing out on the barrier just a few laps ago after fighting for the lead. So for him to have got his way back into 3rd, again, incredibly impressive stuff from the Brit. Clark, Ward, the top 5. Leo Gonzalez up from 10th to 6th, so looking good is the Swiss driver. Not quite good enough to put himself into the top 8 on the grid, but again, all to play for later this afternoon, especially if the rain doesn't hold off and we get a bit of a downpour. Penultimate lap of the race, and you can see a pretty intense battle just in behind this one. The likes of Renke, and also battling against time to see as to where Grantins is going to be settling in. Of course, the 2:33, much higher on the road than he is in terms of the timing screen. The Norwegian, following on our screens there, just basically needs to be putting in the fastest possible laps that he can to get as far away from that chasing pack behind as possible with a lap and a half to go.
Zach, you just mentioned Branislav Renke for the KRK racing team. On this, the penultimate lap of the race has gone purple at 50.709. The Slovak in P7.
Yeah, nice stuff there from Renke, fighting away, like I was saying, with the likes of Van Mellick and also Alfie Ward for what is P6. And Grantins, as it stands, because of that battling, might get thrown a lifeline here with a 3-second penalty, even with it applied. Currently, he sits 3/10 clear of Alfie Ward, so Grantins really needs a quick final lap here as Popcol has closed the gap to Albie Friend. That last time through a couple of tenths of a second quicker. This gap has been bridged. Has it been bridged enough for an offensive manoeuvre from Popcol to go for the lead? Half a lap left to go. Look over the shoulder from Albert Friend. He's feeling quite safe for now as the top few will skate their way through. Grantis now settled at the back end of this train, deciding that it's the better decision to just drive as fast as possible. Then behind that, you've got Ward, Collinson, and skating off into the grass there, getting it all sorts of wrong on turn number 8. Not at all the way the racing line by any stretch of the imagination.
Julian Dwemer it was.
Not ideal at all. Now settles into P15. Nonetheless, the checker flag will fly, and Albert Friend will secure himself a 2nd row start for the final. It's victory in pre-final B for Albie Friend, Popcol and Harry Taylor, the top 3 from Sebastian Clark and Grantins. P5 on the road. A 3-second penalty means diddly squat to the Norwegian, as he'll take P5 in the classification. And a very important P5, I'm sure, up 13 positions as well for the Norwegian. Alfie Ward as well in 6th. A very tough battle between himself and Collinson. Of course, we'll run you through the results in a few moments' time. Not at all ideal for Dwemer, but still a net 4 places gained for the German, who went skating off in the grass on the final lap. A good way to end Junior Max pre-final B and to set the grid with Emerson McAndrew securing pole position later on. Let's take a look at the highlights. The race towards turn number 1, of course, pole position for Marcel Popcol. Very quickly, Albert Friend would be fighting his way forward from 3rd position and, well, take the lead early doors, and then a very intense battle. 4 carts all involved, the likes of Harry Taylor also getting involved. Jack Collinson, the Latvian, would get as high as 2nd position. And then Harry Taylor was remarkably aggressive to the inside of Friend. Friend would have absolutely none of that. Ascend to the inside of the penultimate corner, muscling his teammate wide, who had narrowly missed the wall. Look over the shoulder from Albie Friend, probably in disbelief. And then the fight would be on for Taylor as he would try and fight his way forward. Very aggressive points from the 251 of Sebastian Clark to say, let's try and go and catch Friend. And then the battle behind just meant that he would bridge too big of a gap to go and catch by the end of the race. Popcol, of course, fighting to keep his front row start. Clark fighting away with Grantins, who inevitably would be given a 3-second penalty for a jump start. He would then settle into a bit more of a smooth rhythm and keep 5th position. The checker flag would fly, and Albie Friend would secure himself a 4th place start for later on.
He takes victory in pre-final B from Marcel Popcol, who will start grid 2 alongside Emerson for this afternoon's final. Taylor, Clark, Miguel Grantins, despite the penalty, finishes 5 from Alfie Ward, Jack Collinson, Eric Brunsberg, Seidel and Leo Gonzalez. Branislav Renke Bertrand Van Mellick, the Colombian-Canadian Olivier Chassis, Thomas Gavagnano. Duema off-road on the final corner, finishes ahead of Riley Murrow, Shell Hertman, Christensen, Kimi May, and Daniel Hakkinen. A better run for the Finnish Czech this morning, comes home P20. Other one with that penalty, Alpaslan, Jotsotis, and Gabriele Giacomelli into the wall on the first corner, but did recover to take the checkered flag, albeit 32 seconds behind the race winner. Emerson McAndrew-Uran will start from pole position alongside Marcel Popacol. This afternoon's final of Junior Max, Kai Clark, Albert Friend, the second row, Raris Pashkul, the Romanian alongside the Czech, Zdenek Babacek on the third row, Jack Collinson, and Luca Holmes-Balak, that provisionally with an asterisk beside that statement. Here's the grid, the front four rows for this afternoon's final of Junior Max. 110 drivers in the original Rotax Max senior category arriving here in the north of Italy for round one of the Rotax Max Euro Trophy here this weekend. They raced 6 times, 6 heats over the course of the past 2 days. That was after qualifying. Unfortunately for 38 drivers, their weekend ended last night. We're down to the final 72. 36 drivers, their weekend will end in a few moments from now, as we go from 110 entries to 72 for the pre-final and set the grid for the final 36 to race this afternoon's final. Pre-final A for Senior Max in just a moment. Scott Marsh, welcome back to the Brits for Strawberry Racing, champion of the world in 2022. Also racing in OK and WSK with the Tony Kart Racing team on and off over the past few seasons. Out of 110 drivers, 6 exhausting heats over the past 48 hours plus qualifying. Scott lines up P1, the best after the heat racing. Scott Marsh, pole position for pre-final A for Senior Max. Just a moment or two away from the start, right on time here in the north of Italy at Cremona. The breeze is blowing, the cloud cover starting to roll in ominously. Concerningly, we've had a tough start to 2026 weather-wise, particularly the WSK Supermaster Series. We think back to the torrential rain at Viterbo and yesterday's rain shower as well. $110 drivers in Senior Max down to the final 72. Before we race pre-final 8, let's check out the highlights from this weekend here at Cremona. One quarter of a century ago, back in 2000 in Puerto Rico, who incidentally just went down to Italy 8-2 overnight in the World Baseball Championships. That was the first ever running of the Rotax Max Grand Finals. 63 drivers in the first edition of what has grown to become the biggest kart racing event in the world. 26 years later, The European Championships continues to go from strength to strength. It is the third year in partnership with WSK Promotion. 110 drivers, we believe, we have to confirm this, that it is a record for the European Championships. 110 drivers in Senior Max. Down to the final 72 for the two pre-finals and the 36 to line up on the grid this afternoon. We'll take a look at the grid for you for Senior Max in a moment. 36 on the grid, to be led out by the Strawberry Racing driver, Scott Marsh, Nick Trebets. Alongside is the Slovenian for the KSP Racing team. The breeze picking up here, just waiting for the green flag. Our race director, Mr. Alessandro Ferrari, assisted by Deputy Race Director from the Czech Republic, Mr. Filip Trombek. It is concerningly becoming grey and a little bit cooler here this morning, 16 degrees. The breeze is picking up. The track is dry for the moment. We are 1 week from the start of springtime, thankfully, here in the Northern Hemisphere, in the north of Italy. The green flag flies on the grid and Scott leads the field out onto the track. This is the grid for pre-final A. Marsh on pole, Nick Trebets out of grid 2. Harry, Trent Valley Car Club champion, out of 3. And Matt B, Watch Bishop out of 4. Boas Maximov, Austin Lee, Tituan Lescali and Tom Langlois. They came together in the final lap of the final heat on Friday night. The French drivers on the 4th row of the grid, Will Pemble and the Austrian champion, Luca Schlegel, out of 10. Ties van Bike, Eva Morris. She's been in great form. Christian Sayerson, he won the junior race here last year. Jack West, John Mark Short Steps, Gianmarco Cortopassi, Joris Guens, Leon Hasty, 3-time Scottish champion, Will Archer, Tobias Norman, and from Israel, it's Jan Pinto out of grid 20. Jakub Gasparovic, multiple national champion alongside Dascalo, Cantoseno, Anderson, Noah Jansen back on 25, 2024 French champion, Mehdi Lesud, Weg Larsen, and it's Dewan Arab, 15-year-old from New Delhi in India, Sunberi and Maciej Konek out of grid 30. Palote Grandi, Timofey Vladimirov, who's been super quick. We watched the Latvian out of grid 32. Sabran Peshornbal, Tituan Hoshe and Jakub Vonderacek out of grid 36 for RS competition. This is Scott Marsh. Well, it was. 6.07, the Strawberry Racing driver. This is the 2022 Grand Finals champion of the world, starting alongside Nick Trebets in the 338 KSP Cosmic. Second row of the grid is Harry Freeman. And watch Macaulay Bishop, who has won everything in the world of Rotax racing, the season opening Winter Cup, last year's World Grand Finals in Bahrain in the Middle East. British champion, European champion, BNL champion, the Dan Holland Racing driver, 1/10 of a second faster than the 109 other drivers in qualifying. He took pole position with a 49.209, a 10th quicker than everybody in time qualifying on Friday. Just a plain white arrow helmet for Macaulay Bishop. The Strawberry Racing drivers just behind. You look at Austin Lee, the German-American, 347. Tituan Lescali, Will Pemble as well in 398. Ties van Wyk, van the Netherlands, Dan Holland Racing, alongside Eva Morris, 332, who's been in brilliant form this week. She starts out of grid 12. It's Scott, the Englishman, who lives within walking distance of the Welsh border. The Strawberry Racing driver on pole position. This is pre-final A for Senior Max under threatening skies here at Cremona. Nick Trebets, the Slovenian, just glances over the right shoulder. Scott does likewise. The field start to form up. Cortopassi, Leon Hasty in the CS55 car, head of Tobias Norman. Watch Jakub Gasparovic as well. 110 Senior Max drivers, 72 in the pre-finals. This is pre-final A. Scott on pole. We race. Nick around the outside. Trebets tries to take the lead. Macaulay Bishop tries to do likewise. Mac B tries to go P3. Trebets has gone through to take the race lead. Crash off screen, there's the yellow flag into turn 2. Trebets with the race lead from Scott Marsh as they go down the back straight for the first time. That incident involving Weg Larsen and also Paolo De Grandi and Von der Check as well. Nick Trebets with an outrageous start from the outside of the front row of the grid. Those 3 drivers, incidentally, have rejoined, but way down at the bottom of the field. So as they come across the line for the first time, is Gianmarco Cortobassi trying to make places in the early stages. It's Nick from Scott. Harry. It's Freeman in P3 from Bishop. Boaz Maximoff and Austin Lee.
Second lap of 14 as it stands, and well, Trebets doing a pretty decent job from the front end of the field. Scott Marsh having to go defensive because the Chaos Sport, if Harry Freeman is eyeing up a move, Macaulay Bishop, you can bet is going to try and set up a switchback, does get the drive, and now towards the double left-hander. Bishop moves his way up to third. Very well read there from the reigning world champion. Harry Freeman had to turn offense into defense, and to little success there for the Chaos Sport machine as the Dan Holland Racing goes through, crawling off the road there. Entirely sure we'll confirm when we can, of course, as to who that was. Now comes the move. Here comes Macaulay Bishop using that momentum to the inside of turn number 1. Harry Freeman goes with him, and just like that, Scott Marsh loses 2 positions into 1 corner. Boaz Maximov now there to apply some pressure to the pole sitter as Trebets is loving this. He's relishing in this because he's now got a 7/10 of a second lead over the rest of the field.
Zackett with Leon Hasty, the Scotsman who's rolled to a stop. It looks as though his weekend is now over.
A shame for Leon Hasty, who of course took the step up into seniors at midpoint of 2025. His debut round really was at his home circuit in Luckall, doing a couple of club events and to very big success in the Ultimate Karting Championship. Leon Hasty, a remarkable driver, formidable driver in terms of his racecraft and aggression, so we'll hope to see him back fighting strong. After, of course, a poor showing in the pre-final. Hopefully he'll be able to qualify for the final later on. 36 can do it, so we'll be saying goodbye to half of the Senior Max field as they whistle their way down to the all-important final later this afternoon. The sun creeping back out, the weather not really overly sure as to what it wants to do, as there's battling in the fight for 4th position. The likes of Scott Marsh, Boaz Maximov, Lukas Schlegel all getting involved as the top 3 break away. Trebets looks over his shoulder, and well, probably the worst person you want to see, the reigning world champion and Macaulay Bishop chasing you down.
2 RS competition drivers come together in the background. That's exactly right. Macaulay Bishop, the plain white Arrow helmet, ominously, he just drives it down the inside. Mac Bean, 368 for Dan Holland Racing. The team from Wilton Mill, where incidentally, you mentioned the Ultimate Karting Championship, it gets underway in just a few weeks' time. Macaulay Bishop, the Dan Holland Racing, goes through to P1. Nick Trebets, that's Harry in P3. Trent Valley Car Club champion at the PFI circuit, which up until now will still unofficially hold the unofficial title of the best track in Great Britain, but with the recent opening of the Silverstone International Kart Racing Circuit coming under attack, still a fine facility. Great to have 2 world-class circuits now in England with PFI. Home circuit of Harry Freeman on your screen in P3. And of course, coming online, hosting the British Championships later this year at the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit is the new 1.4 kilometre Silverstone International Kart Racing Circuit. Macaulay Bishop, the team from Wilton Mill, Dan Holland Racing P1. Trebets, Harry Freeman, it's Luca in the background, the Austrian champion. Schlegel, remember Scott Marsh, he started on pole position. He's back to P5, that sentence now made redundant. He's just gone through and taken P4. Lucas Schlegel for Craft Motorsport was in 5th. He's just been passed by Tom Langlois, first of the French drivers. 3-time regional French champion in the Slotty Kart. Boaz Maximoff in there as well. Titouan Lescali, the 2nd French driver. Pebble, Morris, Jakob Gasparich. With a super start from West, Jan Pinto, Tobias Norman, who copped 2 penalties throughout the heat to the RS competition driver, Tobias Norman. As you see, Nick Federbech spending more time waving than driving in second place. KSB Austria, the Viral Art. Macaulay Bishop in P1. Zach, from the window of our magnificent studio here at Cremona, I hate to say this, it is raining. It is raining here at Cremona.
Currently only very lightly, very teeny spits on the window, but that's going to be enough to get into the driver's heads a little bit. There'll be some spits on the visor, which of course is, well, for some, probably the best thing you could see. For others, well, the last thing that they want to be seeing on their visor. Sent to the inside there from Harry Freeman, the 378, muscles his way past Trebets to the inside of turn number 12. That's a move we've seen very often, getting on the power a bit earlier, off of the hairpin of 11. Not opening up turn 12 and just sending one to the inside. Works very, very well indeed. So Macaulay Bishop leads Harry Freeman, leads Trebets. Then comes Scott Marsh and Austin Lee, the top 5. And yeah, it is spitting, but to, yeah, very little intensity and probably not going to be overly consequential in terms of the grip until it starts to intensify. There is still a decent chunk of this race to go, and if you're a Senior Max Pre-Final B, you're staring at the skies, wondering whether or not you'll still be on slicks by the time you get onto the grid. Macaulay Bishop, though, now running away with things. A good 7/10 advantage from Harry Freeman and Trebets. Scott Marsh, 7/10 disadvantage back off of that, but at least he's detached himself from the likes of Boris Maximov and Austin Lee in the fight for 5th. So Scott Marsh can now focus forward, especially if the fight for 2nd intensifies, because Trebet's all over the rear end of Harry Freeman as we work our way on to lap 9. Macaulay Bishop not unattainable, but if they start to battle like this, he will start to be. Wag of the finger there from Trebet's, clearly not happy about something. Maybe the level of aggression of Harry Freeman, as the Slovenian will pass his way by into turn number 1.
Fastest lap of the race thus far, excuse me, is Christian Sayson with a 49.658. Last time round, Macaulay Bishop with a 50.2. 0.6 of a second difference that they've lost. We see this Nick Federbech up the inside. Well, he could surely get a job as a traffic attendant if he doesn't pursue a career as a racing driver. Has spent half of his race waving, as now Scott goes back on by. Takes Harry. The Brits, 1, 3 and 4. Nick Federbech, the Slovenian, in second, pulling away. There's Scott Marsh. It is raining lightly. Last time round, a 51.4. So they've lost around about 1, almost 2 seconds, in fact. It is raining very lightly here. In fact, that sentence has now been made redundant. We have lost 1 into the barriers, who's just slid off the road. It looks to be an Aries competition driver. Now it is raining. Now the track is greasy. We are on the Mojo slick tyre. Here comes Tom Langlois around the outside. Bishop fighting for grip. It is raining here at Cremona. Off the road goes Freeman. Federbech in second. Scott sideways. Here comes Tom, who sends it. The yellow flag is waving because we've got carts spinning off the circuit as the rain comes down here at Cremona. Freeman's off. Jan Pinto, Ties van Wyk has come to grief. Macaulay Bishop crosses the line to start lap 11, pre-final A. Senior Max in P1. Boas Maximov, Austin Lee go through. Fighting the wheel. The Tony kart versus Slotty kart. There's Cantosano's kart at the top of the circuit. The Infinity Racing driver has gone off, as has Paulo de Grande. Christian Sayson, well, he crosses the line in P23. The only consolation, he will get the best lap of the race, a 49.658. That was on lap 3. On lap 11, we are doing 61 second lap times. It is raining here at Cremona. Bishop, Federbech, Scott Marsh, Boas Maximov, Austin Lee, Langlois, Eva Morris. She's worked her way into 7th, ahead of Harry Freeman, Will Pemble, and Tobias Norman ahead of Jack West. Off the road in the background, Langlois goes off. It looked to be Marsh off into the grass. There's Bishop, who goes on through. As we go full course yellow. So Federbech crosses the line in second. No, Marsh was still on track. Boas Maximov going off onto the grass. Austin Lee in P4. From Tom Langlois, Eva Morris Pemble, Maximov crosses the line in P8. That's the ball game. We go full course yellow as the rain comes down. Not overly heavily, but certainly enough to ruin the race. Macaulay Bishop looks behind 368, Dan Holland Racing. He will line up on grid 3 for the final this afternoon. We will finish this race almost certainly under full course yellow. It is Bishop from to the bench, Scott Marsh, Austin Lee, Tom Langlois, Eva Morris, Campbell, Maximov, Harry Freeman, Tobias Norman from Jack West and Mehdi Lassoud. 2 laps remaining under full course yellow at the end of this one. You can see the displaced Tech Pro barriers we have lost. Nicolo Canto, Senor Paolo De Grande, Joris Guins is out after showing incredible speed throughout the heats. Leon Hasty, Pej Ornbol, Beg Larsen, and also Jakob von der Dijk. That was the RS competition driver out in the early stages of pre-final A. Senior Max, full course yellow, Macaulay Bishop just has to drive it to the checkered flag to take the points, to take the victory. Incidentally, we're being told by race control Titouan Lescalier he's under investigation. The penultimate lap, pre-final A for Senior Max. Scott Marsh in position 3, we believe will start on pole position for this afternoon's final. As it stands, alongside Nick Tadabech, Macaulay Bishop just brings it home. It will be an inside second row start at worst for the reigning Rotax Max Grand Finals champion of the world.
He's been looking very good, and well, it will be confirmed because Trebets and Scott Marsh are both in this race. So as they rack up, anyone in this race, their grid position will pretty much be set. So the top 4 as they stand: Marsh, Trebets, Bishop, Freeman, Austin Lee also in this race, Bersh Maximov as well, Langlois, Pemble, the top 8. We'll see what pre-final B can do in order to sort of shake up that order, but definitely the fight for pole all but settled, as you can definitely see the rain coming down visibly now. They're all on slicks and all getting very wet. They've not got their rain suits on, their overall covers or anything like that, so they're going to be feeling quite soggy, which is far from ideal as a driver. Going to be battling to get out of their race suits when they finish this one. Of course, Macaulay Bishop just crawling at home. He adapted incredibly well to the conditions. I mean, British drivers tend to, also the Dutch and Eastern Europeans tend to do very, very well. Slicks on a wet track, it's, you know, sort of their happy hunter ground. It's how they train, the Brits especially. Macaulay Bishop leading the way and very quickly adapted to those lower grip conditions. Even just a slight sprinkle, the track temperature drops dramatically. It's harder to get that pressure and that temperature into the slicks. And then also even just a thin layer of standing water on the circuit, and again the grip all but gone as we head on to the final lap of the race. It was a guessing game for a couple of laps. Macaulay Bishop was able to hang on, and well, on that sort of, no one knew there was going to be a full course yellow, but that chase to the full course yellow was a case of drive to survive, and you might pick up a couple of places. We saw that from Eva Morris. She's up 6 places from where she started. Le Suède as well, up 14 from 26. Now into 12th is the French driver, who was looking very good. In fact, a heat win yesterday ahead of Langlois. So looking very good. Of course, France off the back of a win in the Six Nations last night, beating England, I think very, very closely actually in the Six Nations. If England won, Ireland won the Six Nations. If France won, they won the Six Nations. So begrudgingly, I have to say France won at rugby, which is not ideal.
That's your nation's second loss in a week, losing to Italy.
Italy and France. Italy, I can take Scotland, I can take Ireland. Italy and France is shambolic. We need to sort it out, lads. Unbelievable. Hopefully the women's team can save it, because apparently they're the favourite in the world according to my girlfriend. So hopefully we'll be looking forward to that. But nonetheless, Macaulay Bishop doing something good for England, the home nation, and well, coming across the line, he'll take victory in Senior Max Pre-final A.
44 British drivers out of 227 entries here this weekend. And Macaulay Bishop will come across the line to win pre-final A. Scott Marsh in P3, that's enough for the Brit, for Strawberry Racing to lock in pole position for this afternoon's final, which potentially, possibly, optimistically may be on a dry circuit. It is not raining heavily, but certainly enough to ruin the end of pre-final A. Although I'm sure Macaulay would disagree. He takes victory in pre-final A from Nick Tadabets, who is looking very racy. He comes home at P2, does the Slovenian. We take a look at the highlights. We started on a dry circuit. Scott from pole position. Nick around the outside goes to the bench. Scott back to second place. Went back to P5 in fact. Bishop from fourth to third. And this move down this main straight into turn one on what was still a drying circuit. The sun was actually shining at the start of pre-final A. The RS competition drivers coming together further back in the pack. Yuri Skuins with his teammate ultimately did retire, did the Dutchman. Look at this from Nick. And then the rain started to come down. Macaulay Bishop had already put himself into the lead. Scott Marsh back into P3. That was the move that would secure the Englishman pole position for this afternoon's final. Does do the right thing. That's maturity and intelligence and experience from Scott. Few drivers to actually acknowledge the yellow flag this weekend. Comes home P3 behind Nick to the bets. Macaulay Bishop takes the victory. And with that, Mac P will start from grid 3. Scott Marsh finishes third. Will start from pole. This afternoon's final, Nick to the bets home in second place. We'll start grid 2 for this afternoon's final as well. The rain coming down on lap 11 of pre-final A. Just pre-final B remaining. The rain has actually stopped. Zach, we've actually got a little bit of sunshine, but the track is wet. We'll be on the Mojo wets, certainly, for the final pre-final of the morning.
Yes, and well, as long as if the sun doesn't break through, I'd imagine we will be at least for the first couple of finals this afternoon as well. There'll be no cars on circuit to dry it up. Thankfully, yesterday the circuit did dry up quite quickly, and that was with a little bit more intense of a downpour yesterday afternoon. So maybe it is hopeful we'll be back on the slicks today, but at least for now I think definitely the wet's the better option. Even if the rain has stopped, the standing water is there and you'll be much better. Even if it does start to dry up, you're better off shredding through a set of wets right at the end of the race than you are gambling on a set of slicks now. So I think everyone will be frantically changing tyres in the pit lane for the final pre-final of the first round of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy here at CREMONA. Of course, in a few moments' time, it'll be Lewis Gilbert that will be starting on pole position alongside Bram van der Vecken on the front row of the grid. Now, Lewis Gilbert, I have to say, has been remarkably impressive so far this weekend. A real thorn in the side of the likes of Macaulay Bishop, Scott Marsh, and has been very, very, very quick. Now, I'm not going to say he's lucky by any means to be in pre-final B, but pre-final A, stacked in terms of maybe the championship favourites, but also a couple more people to look out for this one. Jeremy Roivers, Ryan Gandor, Dragos Avastil-Cutie, Rory Armstrong, all have been very, very strong. Cameron Nelson, all have been very, very strong. So in pre-final B, it's not going to be a walk in the park for Lewis Gilbert from pole position, especially since as they'll be heading onto the circuit. It'll be wet, well, they've not driven on that since yesterday afternoon.
Actually, we're just getting word from race control, as you can see on your screen. Pre-final B, race start in 16 minutes from now. Just as you were talking, Zach, the sun's come out to shine. There is no standing water on the circuit. It is damp, it is greasy. Right now, if we were to go green, sure, the Mojo wet. But we've got 16 minutes until pre-final B. The track dried remarkably rapidly yesterday. The breeze is blowing. We are 15 minutes away from the race start, and the sun has come out to shine. So pre-final B, senior max in 15 minutes from now. The sun is actually shining. The rain has stopped. The track is wet. It is greasy. There are no puddles of standing water. The final week of winter time for round one of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. We've got a bit of a pause before our final pre-final of the morning. And with that, let's go back to January, Campillos in the south of Spain for the season opening Winter Cup. The season opening Winter Cup in Campillos. The rain in Spain, well, it didn't fall, but it has fallen here in CREMONA. News from race control, we have got a delayed start for pre-final B for Senior Max after a downpour a few moments ago. As we look at the highlights, or we take a look at what happened back in January in Campillos. The sun came out to shine, but it has since got darker. We're still 12 minutes away from the start of our final pre-final here this morning. We just saw the highlights there. Macaulay Bishop taking victory in the season opening Winter Cup. Just 6 weeks or so after he won the Rotax Max Grand Finals, Championship of the World in Bahrain. Scott Marsh finishing second from Bram van der Werken, and Jeremy Roivers on his home circuit, narrowly missing the podium in the season opening Winter Cup. He's been in great form though. When we do go racing, which is in 10 minutes from now, 11 minutes from now I should say, Jeremy will start out of grid 9. He took 2 heat victories, has been in scintillating form in the 3-2-1 Tony Kart. Tino Sidler finishing 5th at Campillos. It was Danik Babicek who won at Junior Max, the Winter Cup from Jensen Shaw, and Majas Matsinas, the Lithuanian, also coming off victory in Bahrain, the Rotax Max Grand Finals, where the OK World Championships, for the moment, still scheduled to take place later this year at the magnificent Bahrain International Circuit. The Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals for 2026. The event, which started with just on 60 karts in Puerto Rico back in 2000. The event which has grown to become the biggest kart race in the world, to take place at the magnificent Algarve International Circuit in Portimao, the circuit which is also not only hosting the World Superbike Championships, but next year back on the calendar in the FIA Formula 1 World Championship. Incidentally, congratulations to Il Bolognese, Andrea vince stamattina, our friend, our former champion in WSK, Andrea Antonelli, taking victory for the first time earlier this morning in the Chinese Formula 1 Grand Prix, as you no doubt have heard by now. 10 minutes from now, the race start for Senior Max Pre-Final B. It was Logan Rolfe who won from Mick Klinkers and Sebastian Behrman in Mini Max down in Campillos to start the year, and Antoine Barbaroux won DD2 from Len Nyes. Marquez, Jakob Beschel and Wout Kirstens finishing at 3, 4 and 5 in DD2. It was a great start to the year, Zach. The Winter Cup in Campillos, with 10 minutes still remaining for Pre-Final B to set the grid for round 1 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. The rain in Spain, well, it didn't fall, but it has fallen here at CREMONA.
Yeah, you'd expect better going into winter time. Thankfully, though, we can count our lucky stars in terms of the weather not being that bad. Of course, the Nürburgring Landstrecke Series called off yesterday due to weather. Of course, the race, or the championship that Max Verstappen will be taking to with Mercedes-AMG Motorsport later on in the year with the Nürburgring 24-hour. Looking forward, of course, to tuning into that one. But yeah, we can at least count that we've not got snow or anything like that to call off the event in its entirety. Just a bit of a thorn in the side with some rain, which, of course, to some has been a blessing. To others has been a bit of a demise. Particularly, I want to sort of draw attention to the likes of Jeremy Roivers in this race. Now, like we say, narrowly missing out on a podium at Campillos a couple of months ago on his home circuit, has been the star of the field in Senior Max, really, in terms of when it's dry, when it's warm. Jeremy Roivers, of course, in the south of Spain, probably quite used to driving some very warm circuits. And then it started to rain yesterday, and we did see some slips in the cracks from Jeremy Roivers, and I wonder if we're going to see something similar now the track is just as greasy and definitely cold. No sun, or it's very overcast as well. So there's no sun to warm up the track. Of course, it's freshly rained. Even if it has stopped, it will still be slick, still be greasy. And Jamie Rover is starting in P9, right in the thick of it. Look out for the Spaniard, because I think it's going to go one of two ways. Either he's going to come straight through and win it, or he's going to be very much struggling to get any progress. I doubt he'll be staying in 9th position for the 14 laps that we've got for the final pre-final of the day, before we take a bit of a break and go to the 4 finals, DD2, DD2 Masters, followed by Mini, Junior and Senior to round off the opening round of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Plenty of Rotax events to look forward to over the course of 2026. As Ian alluded to a bit earlier on, we've got the RMC Ultimate Karting Championship kicking off at the beginning of April at Wilton Mill. I'm very much looking forward to that because I'm there. So can't wait for that. Wilton Mill, typically quite sunny-ish at the beginning of April. It was a very nice day last year, I remember, for the first round of the UKC. So looking forward to that. Of course, a lot of the Brits on the field today are going to be there, and it's just it's a good circuit. You talk about like PFI and Silverstone being some of the best circuits in the UK. We've got some good ones. And some famous ones with a lot of history. We think of Rye House, which hosted the World Championships back in, I want to say 1969, back when there was something like 5,000 or 10,000 paying spectators coming to watch world-class kart racing back in the day, when the drivers were stars and did not, if I can be brutally honest, degrade our sport and turn it into nothing more than a training academy or a school for the future stars. Back then, Rye House hosting something like 10,000 spectators for the 1969 or 70 World Championships. Famous circuit, still in action, recently hosting the London Cup. Yes, as you mentioned, the first round of the Ultimate Karting Championship at Wilton Mill, home circuit of Dan Holland Racing. The recent Winter Cup in Belgium, where the snow came down in blizzard fashion, not 10 minutes after the final checkered flag. This is the first round of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. The second round at Pro Kart Raceland Wackersdorf in beautiful, beautiful Bavaria, in the south of Germany, the first weekend of May. Round 3, Genk in Belgium, the home of champions, the circuit now under the management of the MP Motorsport Group. And of course, the magnificent Steel Ring Trinec circuit, just over on the Czech side of the border, walking distance to the Polish border. Martin and the team at Trinec doing a super job, and they will host the final round of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy on the second week of September. 4 minutes away from the start of Pre-Final B. Zach, I'm looking out the window. We had a downpour. We were doing 64-second lap times. There is no standing water on the circuit. Yes, it's greasy. It is wet. But the track on the racing line is almost dry. Almost is the key word there. I think we are going to see a couple of people take a bit of a gamble. I think we are going to have a mixed tyre choice, I'll be honest. We'll have to wait and see as to what that's going to be in 5 or so minutes' time. From the eye, it does look quite dry, but once you're on the circuit, slicks don't very much like even just a little bit of water, so we'll have to wait and see. Personally, I'd rather shred through a set of wets than risk it on slicks, but that's just me, and of course I don't race at this level, so I don't know what's going to go on. We'll have to wait and see in a few moments' time when we get to the start of Pre-Final B. Of course, all eyes on the likes of Lewis Gilbert, Bram van der Vecken, Max Tedeschi and Cameron Nelson, who'll be starting on the front 2 rows. Pre-Final B for Senior Max to finish out the morning. This is round 1 of the Rotax Max Challenger Euro Trophy for 2026. Four world-class circuits for the European Championship, which goes from strength to strength. The third year of partnership with WSK Promotion.
our final pre-final of the morning. 227 drivers from 40 nations around the world. 110 alone in the original 125cc Senior Max category. Just a few moments away from the start now for pre-final B for Senior Max.
Yeah, shouldn't be too long at all. And we'll get this race underway. Of course, a lot of the top positions on the grid, not settled, but definitely looking pretty concrete, with Scott Marsh, Trebek and Bishop taking the top 3 spots in the on the grid for the final after their success in pre-final A. Lewis Gilbert has got it all to do from pole.
Zach, we've just been told down on the grid, everyone is on slick tyres except for 2. There are 2 yet to be confirmed who have elected to start on the Mojo wet tyre. As once again, the sky looking ominously dark. Everyone else has elected to start on the Mojo slick tyre. Wow, we are in for a cracking up pre-final B. So 2 drivers on the Mojo wets. They will either win it and lap everybody or be lapped themselves.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky, I think. Again, it's that risk, right? And no one's been on the circuit, and this is where experience really is going to pay off. And if you've got a good team that have had a similar track state to this before, what worked then, and you can make an educated guess as to what's going to work now. Looking around the circuit, there are spots of dryness, so I think it definitely won't take long for the slicks to come into their own. They might be slower for a lap or 2, and then the wets will start to shred themselves to pieces. They'll start to exponentially warm up, and that's then when the slicks will come back into their own. I think if you're sort of Lewis Gilbert or Bram van der Vecken, you're not going to be taking that risk and just sort of going with the herd, if you like, as there's a green flag at the pit lane. So carts are rolling their way onto the circuit, and now the driver's assessing what the grip is going to be. And from what I can see from Lewis Gilbert, I know he's not going at racing speed, but he seems to have quite a little bit compared to what I thought. As we'll run you through the grid for the final pre-final of the day, it'll be Lewis Gilbert that will start on pole position. They're rolling their way on the formation lap as it stands. Ian's ran out to see who's on slicks and who's on wets. Van der Vecken struggling for grip on the exit of the final corner. From what I can see, the top 3 all on the slick tyre. And for pre-final B, Senior Max, of course, pre-final B, with the top spots in the grid pretty much set in stone. It's all eyes to Lewis Gilbert, who will be starting this one from pole position. Bram van der Vecken sharing the front row from Max Tedeschi and Cameron Nelson. Sebastian Koch alongside the Austrian of Jagos Abasuk-Cutie on row 3. Rain Gandor shares row 4 with Matthias Kjellerup, with Jeremy Roivers and Kaz Boshouse completing the top 10. Behind that, of course, you'll have row number 6. That's Freddie Lloyd and Rory Armstrong. Both of those have had a bit more to prove than what they've shown, so let's see what they can do from row 6. Hamilton from Truman, row 7. Varga from Tino Sidler completes row 8. From Ottentama and Strele, the Latvian, completes row 9. Giaquinto and Ketteler at the top 20. Behind that, you've got the Emirati driver of Remy, Nielsen, Aziza, Kukianitse from Le Lang. Then comes Merafino, who had a penalty and some couple of issues over yesterday, will complete row 13. From Anton Lemieux, Villicit, Sver Aubin and Vicker, the top 30 drivers. Behind that, Ericsson, Konopka. Then comes Max Taylor, Pablo Esteves and Patrick Nagura, the 35th and final driver to take to the grid. Also as well, Juris Bogdanic on P34. All eyes at the front. Again, testing conditions out there on circuit. What have you seen from outside?
Well, the MKC Motorsport team, Zach Dragos, Avasukudze, and Lorenzo Giaquinto are starting on the Mojo wet tyre. Everybody else on the Mojo slick. So Dragos in 310 out of grid 6. Lorenzo in 620 out of grid 19 on the Mojo wet. And they may have time to perfect him because it's getting dark once again. Everybody else, including Lewis Gilbert, on pole position is the Scotsman on the Mojo slick tyre. Wow, Dragos, a vessel could say, the Romanian Austrian at 310, grid 6 on the Mojo wet. Lorenzo Giaquinto, grid 19, also on the Mojo wet. Everybody else on a greasy, drying, treacherous track on the Mojo slick. Here we go. Lewis on pole, Bram van der Vecken out of grid 2. Watch Max inside second row of the grid, and of course, Dragos 310 and Lorenzo Giaquinto. Pre-final B, we race on a greasy but drying track. Perfect start from the Scotsman, who leads going down into turn 3. Max goes up into second place, going by Bram van der Werken. We're watching the two MKC Motorsport cards. As the skies are threateningly dark, they will either be lapped or lap everybody. As they go down the back straight for the first time, Bram van der Werken. The Belgian takes the Dutchman, Max Adersky, on the outside. It is gripless, it is greasy, it is grey and cold here at Cremona, the final pre-final of the morning. And it's the Scotsman, Lewis Gilbert, who leads the way. Giaquinto and Dragos, Vasil could say, the two drivers on wet tyres. So far, it's not working. So far, as Max Adersky and Bram van der Werken, the two Dutch-speaking drivers, SP Motorsport and Bouvan Power, respectively. Max into the back of Bram van der Werken. The gap already 1 second to Lewis Gilbert for Craft Motorsport. Nelson in P4 from Freddie Lloyd. Kosh, Jeremy Roivers, Martin Varga. Zach, have you got news? The MKC Motorsport drivers, whereabouts are they at the end of the first lap?
They're not looking very good. Dragosalva still QT and Giaquinto, they're last. Alvasil QT 34, Giaquinto 35. Nielsen is 36, so they're not dead last, but they might as well be. And this sort of a callback maybe to the 2011 Canadian GP, of course, the on-off rain that we had there. And a couple of people did try to be heroes on that day and predict the weather. You've got to drive with the circuit that you've got, not the circuit that you think there's going to be, especially Dragosalva QT. I mean, from P6, a big risk to take at the wets. Maybe Giaquinto down in P19, maybe it's worth it. You know, sometimes you're either a hero or zero. But right now, Slick's absolutely the choice. If it does bucket it down, they will be better off than everyone else, but they are very much struggling for grip out there on the circuit. They've not got the contact patch. They're not able to maintain the tyre pressure. They are shredding those wets down. They need the rain soon, and if it doesn't come, well, they look a little bit silly. At the moment, though, Lewis Gilbert, Max Adersky, Bram van der Werken, the top three, taming these cold and greasy conditions the best. Lewis Gilbert 1.5 seconds clear of the rest of the pack. Adersky under a bit of pressure from Bram van der Werken, ascends to the inside from the 684 of Freddie Lloyd. That's going to force the Belgian wide and allowed Sebastian Koch to follow him through as well.
We come across the line to start lap 3. Lewis Gilbert, look at the lead. And I can tell you, well, the MKC Motorsport team, they gambled. Dragos has just pulled into pit lane. Or it may be, in fact, Lorenzo, but certainly one of the MKC Motorsport drivers has retired. It did not work. And now the sun's coming out to shine as Lewis, the Scotsman, down the back straight from the Dutchman, Freddie Lloyd, who's been fabulous all week, into P3 from Sebastian Koch. For Dams Racing, Jeremy from Brun, Martin Varga, Tino Sidler, Nelson, and the Australian Aman Hamilton up into P10 from Bastian Ottensamer. Ryan Gandor, Kellyup, Truman, Andrea Remy, two-time vice Italian champion, now racing in the United Arab Emirates. Lewis Gilbert 1.7 seconds clear. Freddie Lloyd fastest on circuit with a 50.423. It did not rain. The gamble from the MKC Motorsport team did not work. Lorenzo Giaquinto, Lorenzo è già 40. We have lost Lorenzo Giaquinto. He gambled on the wet tyre. It didn't work. Giaquinto is out. It may be the end of his weekend.
Yeah, likely to be, in how competitive the Senior Max field is. Only 36 of them can make it. We'll be saying goodbye to half of them. A fumble in the pre-final, not at all what you want to kickstart 2026. But again, guessing conditions, it might have been worth the gamble from P19 for Lorenzo Giaquinto, but in hindsight, everyone can make the right decision in the moment. Of course, only a few of them can. It seems the herd mentality, the majority were the right ones. Lewis Gilbert, Adersky, Freddie Lloyd. This very easily could have been a completely different scenario, though, if we're sort of going with the shoulda, coulda, woulda. If it rained, they would look like heroes. Side-to-side contact there as the 321 launches one to the inside. That's Jeremy Roivers making contact with Bram van der Werken, who gets shoved wide there off the exit. Van der Werken obviously turning in. Jeremy Roivers put his kart there, and they bounced off each other's front wheels. on lap 6 to 14. Jeremy Roivers moves his way up a position. I'm sure Race Control will be taking a look at that one. Max Sadersky trailing Lewis Gilbert now by nearly 2 seconds, as the Scotsman probably feeling right at home on a greasy circuit.
Cop that, Brown, who's dropped down to P14. Jeremy up into P5. On the greasy circuit, turned in. The car just did not grip. A 50.027. So not a mile off the qualifying times, only 7 or 8 tenths off the time set by Macaulay Bishop in qualifying. Mind you, that was a sensational lap. 49.209. As the sun comes out to shine here at Cremona, we're on a dry circuit. Lorenzo Giaquinto, Dragos, Vasil Kutse, the 2 NKC Motorsport drivers, gambled under grey skies on the Mojo Wets. The tactic did not work. They're both out. So Lewis with the race lead, 1.6 seconds clear. 49.9 now for Tino Sidler. Second generation racer, different team, new colours for the Swiss champion. Fastest on circuit until Ryan Gandor, in fact, Brad van der Berken with a 49.678, but he's down in 14th. Behind Truman, Rory Armstrong, Bastian Ottensheimer. Head of Remy, Boshaus, Hamilton, Lucas Konopka, Lado Kukianete, and Simeon Ketela, who was on the podium here 7 days ago in the Italian Rotax Max Challenge. The Finn in P20, just trying to scrape through onto the grid for this afternoon's final. Max Sadersky will almost certainly be there. In fact, as it stands, he'll line up on grid for 110 drivers in Senior Max this weekend for round 1 of the European Championship. 72 in our 2 pre-finals. We've already raced pre-final A, won by Macaulay Bishop. When the heavens open, this is pre-final B. 5 laps remaining. Lewis Gilbert to join Scott Marsh on the front row of the grid for the final as it stands. Driving nicely out front for Craft Motorsport. This is Sadersky. We go back to Freddie Lloyd. Sebastian Koch, a contender for the victory here this afternoon for the Dams Racing team. This is Freddie in 684 for Strawberry Racing. 4 laps now remaining. The sun is shining here at Cremona. Next week is the start of springtime here in Italy and much of the Northern Hemisphere. After a cold start to the 21st season of WSK Promotion World Competition, as we see Jeremy Roivers pull out and take Tino Sidler. Just missed the podium at the season opening Winter Cup on his home circuit of Campillos in the south of Spain. Lloyd, Koch, Roivers, Sidler, Varga, Ryan Gandor, the Canadian, and Cameron Nelson. Also, don't discount the Welshman who's already taken victory in the Rotax Winter Trophy in Texas Speed Sports Motorsport Park to start 2026. Cameron Nelson also announced to line up on the grid in the British Formula 4 Championship with JHR Developments this year. There's Cameron coming onto the straight now for Dan Holland Racing in 308. Head of Bastian Ottensheimer, Bram van der Berken, Matthias Kellerab, the Northern Irishman, Rory Armstrong, the now Emirati, the 2-time vice Italian champion Andrea Remy, Truman, Boshaus, Konopka, Hamilton, Lado Kukianete, and Simeon Ketela still there in P20. It will be tight if the Finn is to make it on through to the final this afternoon, as Jeremy, he certainly will. That was a fabulous pass. Puts Sebastian Koch back into P5. Jeremy Roivers with 2 heat victories early in the weekend. Strawberry Racing driver, that's Jeremy. Sidler in trouble, loses another place as well. Martin Varga comes on through. Ryan Gandor and Cameron Nelson. 3 laps to race here this morning. The final pre-final, the sun coming out to shine here at Cremona. Round 1 of 4, the 2026 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, presented by WSK Promotion. The breeze blowing, the sky is grey, it is cold. The track is gripless. After a shower around about half an hour ago, A move down the inside, trying to go on through. Ryan Gandor on the back of Martin Varga. And goes on through. The Hungarian loses the place. He's back to P6. 2 laps to race.
Penultimate lap of the race, next time through. Lewis Gilbert from Sadurski, Freddie Lloyd, the top 3. And the implications for the grid are as follows. Scott Marsh provisionally taking pole from Lewis Gilbert. He'll join him on the front row. Chebet, Sadurski, Bishop, the next 3 behind that. Lewis Gilbert, though, his lead has been slashed by Sadurski as the track has warmed up, as it's dried up, as the grip's been changing. Sadurski is driven onto the back of the Potenza driver. And with a lap and a half left to go, Sadurski looks menacing, tucked up in the slipstream. Look over the shoulder from the Scotsman. Sadurski not close enough to fire one down the inside of turn number 8, but definitely thinking about it, maybe into this final sector. An opportunity will open up. Lewis Gilbert keeping it tidy. Straight to the middle of the circuit to deter that move, but it opens the doors, sets up a switchback. He's going to not go for it this time, but he's going to try and get the double. They locked wheels slightly, and that sort of meant that Sadurski couldn't quite turn in into turn 12, and that's going to cost him on the exit and give Lewis Gilbert a bit of a reprieve heading on to the final lap of the final pre-final of the opening round of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Lewis Gilbert fighting for a front row start. Sadurski, of course, fighting for a second row start. As it stands, they'll be lining up 2nd and 4th for the final later on.
Zaki can actually let Max go. I don't think he wants to, and it won't change the grid. Scott Marsh and Lewis Gilbert, the front row of the grid for the final. This is Sadurski, Stampex Motorsport in the Card Republic in 2nd place.
Indeed so, but it's not just about the implications of the grid, it's also the championship points. Let's not forget, scored for the pre-final and for the final. Granted, the final slightly more important, as Max Sadurski definitely tempted by a move into the anti-penultimate corner, but Lewis Gilbert will hang on as Jeremy Roivers cruises onto the back of them. The checker flag will fly for the final pre-final of the day, and Lewis Gilbert will secure himself a front row start for the final. He takes victory in pre-final B from Max Sadurski and Jeremy Roivers, who all cross the line within half a second of each other. A swarm of senior Max across the line as well. That was the battle for 8th position from Varga, Nelson, Ottensama, Tino Sidler, Rory Armstrong a couple of seconds off the back of that, the Northern Irishman in 12th. Of course, we'll run you through the highlights and the full results in a few moments' time, but I mean, the track, it looks like a completely different climate, a completely different continent to what it was just 15 minutes ago. We had a downpour at the end of Senior Max A, and by the end of pre-final B, it's all sunshine and rainbows. We got underway a bit earlier on. Lewis Gilbert, of course, starting from pole position on a greasy circuit, but the majority of the field opting for slicks. Bram van der Vecken fighting away in the early phases with the likes of Matt Sadurski, allowing Lewis Gilbert to build a bit of a gap. Van der Vecken versus Sadurski would rage on for quite some time, with Sadurski winning off in that particular exchange. Side by side, as Van der Vecken would be shafted a little bit, is probably the only blunt way you can put it, with sends left, right and centre as the drivers adapted to the different grip levels that were improving as the race developed. There's 14 laps of adaptability. Jeremy Roivers firing it down the inside of Bram van der Vecken, and the Belgian would go spearing off the road, trying desperately to hang on to it. In the end would finish P7 at the end of the race. Chaos Sport, the 306, of course, of Ryan Gandor, who's been looking pretty menacing so far this weekend, was making some moves, and then came the move, and the end of the battle between Lewis Gilbert and Max Sadurski across the line to take the checker flag, and Gilbert would take victory in the final pre-final of the day.
Scott Marsh will line up on pole position for this afternoon's final alongside Lewis Gilbert, who takes victory in pre-final B from Sadurski, Jeremy 3rd, Freddie 4th. Ryan Gandor, Sebastian from Bram van der Vecken, Varga, Nelson and Bastian Ottensama. KSP Viralat Austrian team home in P10. Sidler faded to P11. He'll still be a contender this afternoon. From Rory, Andrea Remick, Kaspar's house. Kelly Rapp, Lucas Konopka, Truman, Hamilton, Kukianidze and Simeon Ketala. We'll see if the Finn scrapes through to the grid this afternoon. Well, the gamble for the MKC Motorsport drivers, Dragos, Vasil Kutse and Lorenzo Giaquinto, out after just 1 and 2 laps respectively. The track dried, the mojo wet, burnt up. They retired from pre-final B. We've set the grids for this afternoon's finals, starting with DD2 at just after 1:30 from now. We'll take a break. Don't go too far away. You are watching us live around the world on Motorsport TV. This is the Cremona circuit in the north of Italy. This is round 1 of 4, the 2026 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy presented by WSK Promotion. DD2 to get underway at 20 minutes to 2 local time, which is in 62 minutes from now. We hope you're enjoying the coverage. We'll take a break. We'll be back to race the finals, round 1 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy from CREMONA in just over an hour from now. We'll see you then.
3, go!
After nearly 3 decades of worldwide competition, the Rotax Max Challenge continues to go from strength to strength. Good afternoon and welcome to the CREMONA circuit in the north of Italy. This is round 1 of 4 of the 2026 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy presented by WSK Promotion. 227 drivers from 40 nations around the world at this world-class circuit in the north of Italy, hosting the first round, the second round at Wackersdorf in Germany, before we go to Genk in Belgium for round 3 and the championship final at Trinec in the Czech Republic on the second week of September. DD2 and the DD2 Masters, that is our first final of 4 this afternoon. 34 drivers in the direct drive 2-speed category. Michael Rosina will start from pole position in just a moment, but firstly, let's check out some of the highlights from the DD2 category this week here at CREMONA. It's a pleasure to have your company as you join us watching live all around the world. This is the CREMONA circuit in the north of Italy. The DD2 drivers on the grid. The 3-minute board goes up. The first of our 4 finals here this afternoon. Ian Silvestrin with you in commentary, joined by Zach Sweeney. The first of 4 rounds for the 2026 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Zach, this is going to be a cracking start to the afternoon.
It is indeed. The weather's gotten a little bit better. We had a bit of a downpour for those that joined us for the pre-finals, and now just 4 more races to decide it all for the first round of the Euro Trophy and kickstart 2026 properly in full swing. Of course, we had the Winter Cup at Campillos 2 months ago that sort of dusted off the cobwebs, and now everyone is fighting ready and ready to do battle around the 1.2 kilometer circuit. That is CREMONA, a fantastic venue for the opening round of the Euro Trophy. And with DD2 and DD2 Masters, it looks incredibly competitive. We'll run you through the full grid in a moment, but Michael Rosina alongside Jakob Bežel, the front row. That is a star-studded lineup. Jakob Bežel, of course, off the back of a runners-up in the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Final in Bahrain just at the beginning of December, and more crucially, off the back of the 2025 Euro Trophy DD2 Championship, making him a 2-time champion of the series. He starts on the outside of the front row. Michael Rosina alongside him, who has been the one setting the benchmark thus far this weekend, and of course carries our onboard camera cut from pole position. I'm sure probably off the start we'll be seeing a lot of clear air. Michael Rosina looking remarkably strong in terms of his starts, getting himself into a rhythm and running away with things, keeping himself composed like we saw in the pre-final.
Yes, the 4-time national champion. To make a correction, he's won the national championship, the Rotax Max Challenge of Italy 4 times, not 2. That is Michael to the left of your screen, and the 2-time Euro champ Jakob Bežel for Craft Motorsport to the right. In the 405 Birol Art, 34 DD2 karts on the grid. Nice to have your company on a cool, breezy, yet sunny afternoon here at CREMONA, a week before the start of springtime in the Northern Hemisphere. In just a moment, the green flag will take you through the grid. Michael Rosina fires the Rotax DD2 engine into life and leads the field away from pole position alongside Jakob Bežel for Craft Motorsport on the front row of the grid. The second row, Leonardo Baccaglini for the Shepherds Racing Team. Hugo Dupont, who took pole position on Friday. William Norbeck, the Shellback driver for RS Competition. The Danish driver, the Danish team. Antoine Barbaroux, who was fastest in the pre-final before this morning. Rania Vidas, 2019 champion of the world. Ben Kaminski, the German, who won his second heat yesterday morning here at Cremona. Patrick Donitza, Manuel Tanschert. Watch the 41-year-old Austrian out of grid 10. And it's Nicolas Picol, the first of the Masters drivers. Liam Mandel, Nico Guillaume, Borga, Bende Jabo, Hannes Morin, Dusan Radojevic. The Serbian from Johannesburg in South Africa. And the 16-year-old Glenn Nys from Limburg in Belgium. Val Kirstens. And the second Masters driver, Gabriel Zogella from Argentina. WK, 444 out of 21 alongside his fellow Dane Sorensen, Johan Veit, Alessandro Pedini, and it's Schigel, Nemet Voigli, Kukurazov, Dimo Notafrancisco, one of 4 Swiss drivers in the Masters class, Gerolatus, and Martin Passendin, Artur Widera, Jerome Schwab, Marco Perina, and Miro Sfagusa. Also from Switzerland in the Masters category on grid 34. A downpour around about 1 hour ago, just as our penultimate pre-final for Senior Max came out onto the circuit, or concluded their pre-final. But that rain has blown away. There is a strong breeze here. It is a deceptively quick circuit, Cremona, and the track is dry. We're ready to race the first of our 4 finals this afternoon. Michael Rosina, MKC, on pole position in the Tony Kart, the Birilat of Jakob Beschel, 2-time European champion, outside front row of the grid. The field start to form up, walking pace, almost stalling it, coming to a stop, now putting it in first gear. Between first and second gear, putting it in neutral and just revving right up to the rev limit before knocking it into first and accelerating up to the line. We welcome you to the Cremona circuit in the north of Italy. The first of 4 rounds, the 2026 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, presented by WSK Promotion. Michael Rosina on pole position, and the reigning European champion Jakob Beschel on the outside of the front row of the grid. Michael slowly leads the field up to the line on a thankfully dry circuit here at Cremona. For the first time in 2026, in the Euro Trophy, we race. Perfect start from Rosina from pole position. Came across the line at 91 kilometers an hour with a perfect launch. Jakob Beschel, P2. Here's William Norbeck in P4 as we watch for Hugo Dupont, the young French driver for Gicart 53. French driver who took pole position on Friday in the first study kart going on through. Baccalini in P3. Michael Rosina, a perfect start from pole position. The Italian leads the way. Defensive into turn 11. Jakob Beschel had a look at the back of the 4-time national champion. But as they come across the line for the first time, it will be Michael Rosina in P1 from grid 1.
Yeah, he's done a brilliant job there, as to be expected, really. Bit of jostling in the background. I think Nicolas Pico and the Sodi kart battling with the likes of Szabo and Ben Kaminski. Nicolas Guillaume involved in that battle. Ford is 11th, 12th and 13th overall. Of course, Pico leading the way in DD2 Masters. He's got a pretty decent gap back to Juela, Francesco, Passendin and Svegusa, the others in the respective class. So keep an eye, of course, on Pico, who's been a very dominant force in DD2 Masters. Back at the front, though, of course, Michael Rosina still got Jakob Beschel for company. Now, for those that didn't join us for the pre-final earlier on, these two were separated by no more than 6 or 7 tenths of a second, no pun intended, over the duration of the 14-lap race that we had earlier on today. No more than that, as Jakob Beschel makes a mistake through the penultimate corner. That is going to allow Leo Baccalini to draw alongside. Now, this is probably going to open the gap up quite tremendously to Michael Rosina. Down the inside goes the Shepherd's Racing Machine. Baccalini goes through and up in a second. But like I was saying, the gap was no more than 7 tenths of a second. Rosina dealt with that pressure brilliantly. Jakob Beschel, though, the first one to flinch, and that's opened the door for Baccalini to go through and take second place.
Just understeering ever so slightly, did not have the grip in the early stages. And Baccalini sent it on the inside of Jakob Beschel. Won't call it an error, but he certainly has lost the position. The car just did not grip, and look at that, Michael Racina racing away 9/10 of a second clear. After 3 laps, that's an eternity in Rotax DD2 Racing. William Norbeck. Just behind that's Hugo Dupont, Donitza, Rania Viedes, Antoine Barberou, Manuel Tanchert, and Nicolas Picol now driving a Sodi kart after 1 decade, taking victory after victory in KZ2 and DD2 Masters. Nicolas Picol, P10, and the first Masters driver. 49.823 for Michael Racina. The gap is 1.1 seconds. And the Italians here in Italy, 1-2. Back to the Czech, the reigning Euro champ, Jakob Beschel, William Norbeck, Hugo Dupont, Donitza. Looking good here this afternoon is Patrick in 4.82. Look at the gap from Michael Racina. The Tony Kart from the Cup Republic. Jakob Beschel so close to the back. Oh, Baccalini had to think about going into turn 12. There's Barberou going through from Kaminski, Mandel, Picol, Guillaume, Tenchert, Bende Jabo, and the South African Serbian driving for Munareto Performance, Dusan Radojevic.
Michael Racina holding on to pole position really, really nicely. Some big gainers through the field. We're not seeing any tremendous progress. Biggest gainer inside the top 10, Patrick Donitza, up 3 positions from what was 9th, now into 6th, fighting away with the poleman on Friday of Hugo Dupont. And a sense to the inside there, very nicely done as they battle their way in, well, what is the outer reaches of the top 5. Jakob Beschel dropping off the back of Michael Racina at the beginning. That allowed Leo Baccalini to go through and take second, but as a contingent, all of them dropping off the back now. Michael Racina, who's just got the pace and just got that consistency as we tick our way into the second third of 3. Lap 6 now of 15. We saw a couple of changes over the duration of that lap, but none that were consequential inside the top 10. They remain unchanged as it stands. Nicolas Pico still leading the way in DD2 Masters, but look out for this train for second, because Baccalini has got Beschel for company. Beschel has got Norbeck. Norbeck's got Donitza, Dupont, Ragnar Viris, Barbaro, Mandel, and Pico, all in this very long train that spans almost the entirety of the top 10. Ascent to the inside there was Tenchert, I think, to the inside of Nicolas Guillaume for what is 11th position, as there's jostling throughout the entirety of the field. While Michael Racina is having a pretty calm and comfortable race up in front, it's a melee in behind.
That was a perfect pass by Patrick Donitza to go by and take the fastest qualifier, Hugo Dupont. The Sodi car going through Barberou. Second Frenchman with a 48.747. Fastest driver on the circuit thus far. Rania Viedes, the Cardletics team driver, 2019 Grand Finals champion of the world. 0.9 of a second separates the 2 Italians. Michael from Leo. Beschel in P3. We go to William Norbeck, Patrick Donitza. Down into the pit hairpin, already approaching half race distance. Round 1 of 4, the 2026 Rotax Max Challenge Hero Trophy, presented by WSK Promotion here at CREMONA. And Michael Racina, who's also been testing a combination of GT3 and TCR touring cars, both here in Europe and over in Asia. A big 2026, he looks to start with a victory. He's got a gap, although it's coming down as William Norbeck goes through. 0.7 of a second separates Racina from Leo Baccalini. This is Norbeck, right behind Patrick Donitza. The 2 French drivers, Hugo Dupont goes through, Antoine Barberou, and the Estonian, Rania Viedes. Leon Mandel with a purple sector ahead of Nico Picol, now driving a Sodi kart, but still, he's the fastest Masters driver, P10 outright. Racina slides into turn 10. This is Barberou on the back of Hugo. Waits as we go into the second half of the race. Now gets the drive up the inside, smashes over the ripple strip, loses the momentum, and Hugo Dupont holds on to P6 at the moment. Racina flashes across the line at 123.8 kilometers an hour. The gap stays at 0.7 of a second. The Italians 1-2. The Czech on your screen, the reigning Euro champ, Jakob Beschel from William Norbeck, and the Pole, Patrick Donitza.
Really impressed with Leo Baccalini over the last couple of laps, staying on tabs with Michael Racina, keeping that gap alive. Whereas Jakob Beschel, of course, was a little bit tentative in the opening phase of this race and beginning to drop off the back slowly of Leo Baccalini. The only hope for the rest of this race to have a contention for the lead is Baccalini driving onto the back of Rosina, but at the moment they've reached a bit of a stalemate. The best that Baccalini can do is, marginally quicker, hundredths of a second quicker relative to Rosina, or at the very least keeping the gap stable, which is great. It keeps it at 7/10 of a second, but it's not enough to go and win. So he needs to find something over the next few laps. Personal bests coming in for both of, actually in the entirety of the top three, Rosina, Baccalini and Bejel, all going faster as the track gets a bit warmer, a bit more rubbered in after the slight downpour that we had earlier on this afternoon. So Michael Rosina, there you can see, just leading for MKC Motorsport, followed by Baccalini, followed by Bejel. The top three not too far away from each other. It's only going to take a small mistake to bunch them back up again. Also look for Norbeck on the back of Jakob Bejel, wants to find his way onto the podium. Anton Barbaro, who is remarkably impressive over 2025 as well. Look out for the French driver to go forward. Got Patrick Denitza just in front. The 482 has been making some pretty good headways. And as we work on to the 11th lap of 15, so into the closing stages now, the final third. That gap between Rosina and Baccalini has been coming down, chipping away at it. And a new fastest lap of the race just come in from the Italian of Baccalini. 469 now cruising on to the back of the 419 of Rosina.
Exactly right, Zach. The gap 0.53 of a second with a 49.454. Baccalini is catching his countryman. This is Donitzer on the back of Nordbeck. Jakob Bejel still in P3 for Craft Motorsport. There's Barbaro. And Dupont in the background. The Kart Republic, the Shepherds Racing Team, it looks good through turn 10. He just drifts it. The Tony Kart of Michael Rosina, the team from Lago di Como, south of the Swiss border. In P1, we'll check the gap. It's coming down further still. 0.4 of a second, a purple lap from William Nordbeck, who puts in a 49.422. The final third, the final quarter of the first round of the Euro Trophy for DD2. This is Nordbeck. Fastest driver on the circuit is William for RS Competition in the Birol Art. Trying to get up onto the podium. He's not far away. And now he's got Jakob Bejel slightly worried. There's Donitza, Barbaro, Hugo Dupont, Mandel, Vieras, Picot, Guillaume, Tenscher, Pendejabo. That's Radojevic from Borga. Ben Kaminski, who won a heat yesterday, down in P16. The fight for the final step of the podium. The Italians 1-2 with 3 laps to race. The gap down to 0.3. Leo is coming. Runyan Vidas in the background trying to hold off the Dane William Norbeck for the final step of the podium. Baccalini now with a 49.326. The gap 0.2 of a second. You can see it's barely 2 kart lengths between the two Italians. Michael Rosina glances back over his shoulder. Leo does likewise. Into the pit hairpin, 2 laps to race next time. Tony Kart versus Kart Republic. Into turn 11, too far back to attack, but he's coming on strong. Baccalini has cut the gap down from 1 second to 1 kart length. It's barely that. He gets the slipstream, they come across the line. 124.6 kilometers an hour. 1 meter, 1 kart length, if that, between the two Italians. MKC, position 1. The Shepherds Racing Team in second. Down through the chicane for the penultimate time. Bejel still with Norbeck and Donitza behind. Into the pit hairpin. Has a think about it, does Leo. This is William Nordbeck. At the moment, 1 step off the podium. We've got 1 lap to go. Next time round into turn 11. Michael Rosina goes defensive. He lines him up, he tries to get the run. This is the last lap of the DD2 Final here at Cremona.
It's coming down to the wire. Baccalini has been chipping away at this gap, and now he's going to have 1.2 kilometers to potentially get himself that gold trophy. Michael Rosina through turn number 1 and 2. He's just got to keep it nice and clean. Still have his wits about him though. The awareness is there. It's not a case of 5 or 6 attempts where he can just drive his normal race line with no worry of an attack. Baccalini is there. He is a threat. Rosina has to be clinical. I have no doubt he will be. He's been near faultless all weekend. Look over the shoulder, and it's calm and collected from Rosina, and a sort of desperately ducking his head behind the steering wheel. Baccalini, you can tell he's pushing. and into the final sector for the final time, the 419. This is probably the golden overtaking opportunity. Turns it in quite early just to thwart any thought of an attack and through the final couple of corners. Michael Rosina will take first blood in 2026, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Round of 1 here at Cremona. Michael Rosina, it's clinical. He takes victory. The Italian on home soil, Leo Bacalini and Jakob Beja will join him on the podium. The first time in the Euro Trophy in 2026, Norbeck and Patrick Denitza will complete the top 5, and what a drive that was from the MKC Motorsport machine. Leo Bacalini, you've got to give him respect. He gave it a valiant effort, but the drive was, well, near perfection for Michael Rosina.
From pole position from here in Italy, Michael Rosina takes victory the first round of the Euro Trophy in DD2. It is an Italian 1-2. Leo Bacalini punching the steering wheel in frustration. He comes home in P2. As we take a look at the highlights, it was Beschel into second place. A perfect launch from Rosina. Bacalini going on the inside of Jakob Beschel, who went wide in the opening stages. Patrick Donitza, perfect pass to take Hugo Dupont. The gap was out to over 1 second. The two French drivers, Antoine Barbaroux and Hugo Dupont. Elation for Michael Rosina. Frustration from Leo Bacalini. The Italians 1-2 in DD2. Michael Rosina wins the first round of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy from Leo Bacalini. Jakob Beschel, the reigning champion, holds off William Norbeck for the final step of the podium. Donitza, Barbaroux, Hugo Dupont, Leo Mandel, Nico Pico wins Masters again, coming home P9 outright, ahead of Rania Vida. Second in the Masters category, Dimo Notafrancesco, and also from the back of the grid, Miro Svagusa, also from Switzerland, will stand on the podium in the Masters category. Michael Rosina takes victory, the 4-time national champion. MKC, the team from Lago di Como in the north of Italy, south of Switzerland, just over the border in fact, they win the first round of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy here at Cremona. It will be Michael Rosina to stand on the top step of the podium. The Italian national anthem will ring out appropriately enough here at Cremona. Leo Bacalini, P2, and Jakob Beschel from the Czech Republic, third. Nico Pico, well, he is a French driver. It was only a matter of time before he parked the Tony kart to race a French Sodi kart. He may have different equipment, but he's won DD2 Masters again. Nico Pico wins Masters from Dimo Notafrancesco and Miro Svagusa on the podium in the Masters category. Zach, a great start to the afternoon. Michael Rosina, he'll stand on the top step of the podium, and he is a deserved race winner.
He is indeed. He has been clinical all weekend long and understandably leads the championship. I know it's only been one round, but we've had 3 point scoring opportunities, the heats, the pre-final, and now the final. So Michael Rosina leads the championship only by 11 points to Jakob Beschel, who's only 5 points ahead of Leo Bacalini, who's only 5 points ahead of Norbeck. It's incredibly close, as you would expect after only one round, but still 3 more to go. Wackersdorf, Genk, and Trinek over the next, well, 6 months. Pretty much almost to the day. September 13th will be the time that we crown our champions in the RMC Euro Trophy. Of course, hand out the tickets to the Grand Finals, which seems to be quite a distance in the future, but it definitely does come up quite quickly. And for the DD2s and the DD2 Masters, their first weekend in the Euro Trophy in 2026, done and dusted. Of course, big congratulations to Michael Rosina, a very deserved winner. I think from the final heat yesterday, seemed to be the favourite. I'd say comfortably, maybe not comfortably, but definitely the favourite off the back of a very mature drive yesterday. Of course, in amongst the chaos of the final DD2 Masters heat with the weird start, the confusion that we had, racing under a formation lap or whatever you want to call it. Michael Rosina, despite all of that, was able to keep his composure when the race did eventually get going, and since then just has been a step above the rest. Leo Bacalini, though, big shout out, finishing within a 10th of Michael Rosina, of course bringing it home 1 and 2 for Italy. Bacalini gave it a go, but I think just ran out of time at the end. His effort to bring down that 1 second gap to, contending for the race lead with less than half the race to go was remarkably impressive. Jakob Bejel maybe dropped the ball a little bit in the opening phase of the race, but fought his way through and kept third place. And for the reigning champion, not really much more that he could have done. I'm sure he'll be fighting back when we head to Wackersdorf in, well, just over a month and a half's time. Waiting for the confirmation and the drivers to make their way over from Parc Ferme, and we'll head down to Ian for the podium in just a few moments' time. Big thank you, of course, to everyone for tuning in around the world on Motorsport TV and, of course, on the RMC ET YouTube channel. Make sure, of course, you're following along on social media and everything. All the news and all the relevant information that you need going forward will be on there, and all the highlights and stuff as well. So make sure, of course, you are following along for the season ahead. My name's Zach Sweeney. Ian Sylvestron has been alongside me in the commentary box, bringing you the action over what has been a pretty decent day. Of course, changeable weather. It's been both a bit of a downpour for half of a race, and then we had a bit of a break in between to allow them to change tyres. Then we were straight back onto slicks. We've had overcast, we've had sunshine and rainbows, we've had warm weather, cold weather, everything in between. And from what I can see, actually, some little bits of spit. I'm sure Ian will be able to confirm, because obviously he's outside at the podium when we head down to him, but I wonder how intense the rain is going to be if it does come. The clouds do look quite ominous. Nowhere near the bright skies that we saw earlier on in the day, more akin to what we saw for the senior Rotax Pre-final way, but wonder how much of an effect that's going to have. Of course, Minimax coming up very shortly for the second of our 4 finals. All of them on slicks, understandably, because the track is bone dry, but if the rain starts hammering it down now, what implications that is going to have. Of course, just racked up the DD2 and DD2 Masters. Michael Rosina taking the victory from Leo Bakalini, Jakob Bejel in P3. Biggest gainer through the field. 4 places gained for Patrick Denitsa, up from 9th into the top 5. A valiant effort from the pole. And Nicholas Pico taking the victory in DD2 Masters, as he has done for quite some time. In all fairness, he is a remarkably quick driver and has proven himself not just in the DD2 Masters, but in the overall standings. Finished 9th on the road, up 2 positions from where he started. Have seen that the rain coming down a little bit more intensely, a few more spits on the commentary box window, so we'll keep an eye on that over the next couple of moments. Umbrellas going up on the grid, so we'll have to wait and see as to what's going to happen. It is coming down actually quite a lot, so I'm sure Ian will have a bit more of an in-depth weather report when we head down to him in a few moments' time. But from what I can see, yeah, jackets going on, umbrellas going up. I wonder what this is going to mean for the start of the Minimax final, whether they have a few minutes to change tyres to wets, because it is definitely coming down. And there you can see it actually quite heavily. The wind picking up, blowing some of these dark clouds over the skies of CREMONA. And once again, adding to the tale that we've had of changeable weather. It was the same case yesterday. We had a downpour about halfway through the day on wets for 5 or 6 races, and then it dried up again. But for the first time in 2026 for the RMC Euro Trophy, let's head down to Ian and do some podiums.
Thank you, Zach. Just a little bit of rain, just for a few seconds, but he thankfully has stopped. And the drivers have made their way up from Parc Ferme, 1 Czech and 2 Italians. The first podium of 2026. In DD2, in 3rd place, from the Czech Republic, Jakob Bejel. Second place, the Italian Leo Bakalini. The winner of the first round of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy in DD2, anche l'italiano Michael Rosina. And representing the winning team, MKC Motorsport, Francesco Costa. Third place in DD2 from the Czech Republic, Jakob Bejel. Second place, the Italian Leonardo Bakalini. Il vincitore, the winner of first round of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy in DD2, Michael Rosina. And Francesco Costa representing the winning team, MKC Motorsport. the national anthem of Italia. The podium for round one, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy in DD2, third place, Jakob Beschel, second, the Italian Leo Baccalini, and also from here in Italy, the winner here at Cremona, Michael Rossina. DD2, what a fantastic start to the afternoon. Of course, DD2 racing together with DD2 Masters, the race within a race. The Italians 1-2, and Jakob Beschel, the reigning European champion, coming home in third place. So we'll proceed with the DD2 Masters podium. In just a moment, the drivers have also made their way up from Parc Fermé. DD2 Masters racing within DD2. DD2 Masters racing within DD2. Third place in DD2 Masters from Switzerland, Miros Fagusi. Miros Fagusa coming from the back of the grid to come home in third place. Second place in DD2 Masters, also from Switzerland, Timo Notafrancesco. And the winner of DD2 Masters, he may have changed equipment, but we've got the same result. From France, Nicolas Picot. And representing Sodicat, Jean-Philippe Guillet. DD2 Masters in third place from Switzerland, Miro Sfagusa. Second place also from Switzerland, Timo Notafrancesco. Et la victoire encore cette année pour la première fois sur le championnat Europe, mais cette fois avec Sodicat, Nicolas Picot. And Jean-Philippe Guillet representing Sodicat. The national anthem of La France. The podium for DD2 Masters from Switzerland in third place, Miros Fagusa second, also from Switzerland, Timo Notafrancesco, and the winner for the first round, again, it's Nicolas Picot. Félicitations! Zach, a fabulous start to the afternoon. We go from the fastest carts here, DD2, to the youngest drivers racing, Austin. He's on pole position in Mini Max. Coming up next, Zach, back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Ian. And yes, very much so, gearing ourselves up for the second of our 4 finals. And we had a bit of a downpour, and now it's stopped again. Austin Oman preemptively put himself into his wetsuit. He's now rushed to take that off as they anticipate the start. Of course, Austin Oman lining this one up on pole position. The 1-2-1, a sensational victory earlier on today. Alongside Mick Klinkers on the front row. Josh Cook, Robin Raikkonen, those front two rows look remarkable ahead of the first Minimax final of the year. Of course, Austin Oman may be coming into this as the favourite. He'll have the inside front row going in towards turn 1. 10 laps of racing for Minimax.
Before we do race those 10 laps, Zach, let's take a look back at some of the highlights this week here at CREMONA. Well, the Grid Girls have got the umbrellas up, and it's not just for looks, because we've got a few drops of rain starting to fall very lightly here at CREMONA. Somewhat concerningly, just as the Minimax drivers line up on the grid for the Italian Cup in Minimax. Over 10 laps of this 1,224-metre circuit. To the right of your screen in the Energy Corsa Storm chassis, Mick Klinkers in 105. But on pole position, just obscured slightly, Sam Pollard Racing, Austin Oman in 121. The driver from Middlesbrough in the north of England. We watched the second row of the grid as well. We'll take you through in just a moment. Joshua Cook from Cambridgeshire, alongside the Swiss-born Finn, Robin Raikkonen, out of grid 4. There is Austin, visor open, Sam Pollard Racing. 1-2-1 in the Kart Republic. Mick Klinkers to the right of your screen. The visor goes down on Austin's helmet, and we set off on the formation lap with a few drops of rain starting to fall here at CREMONA. This is the grid for the Minimax final. Austin Oman on pole. Mick Klinkers out at 2. Joshua Cook, Grand Finals champion, is alongside Raikkonen. And it's Roots and Rolf, who won the season opening Winter Cup, Oscar Kenny, and the Jamaican Englishman, Jackson Hilton, Charlie Page, the London Cup champion, out of grid 9. And it's the Belgian Dejan Heberts, Teddy Murphy, Ivo Os, who started his career racing in the Saudi World Series. The Italian Brit, that's Maria Roberto, AJ Stubbs from the Emirates, Luke Millwood, Ivan Janicevic, the Croatian champion, Gustavo Oliveira, Sebastian Behrman, Jack Fulbrookhammer, Jan Wozniak, out of grid 20 for KRZ Motorsport. Polish driver, the Polish team starts ahead of Kevin Turbo. Tristan Abels back out of grid 22, but the Belgians been quick this week. Just had no luck. Then it's Barba, Janone, Jonathan Otterson, Mogo Gab from the USA, Izare from Albania, and it's Jakobsen, Pevojevic, Stefan, starting alongside Kelvin Gilling, Francesco Cosco, and Rud Radatap, Shekawat, Andrei Marin from Romania. The Transylvanian starting out of grid 33. This is the scene here at CREMONA. The track is dry, but there are a few drops of rain on our window here, concerningly. Austin from the north of England on pole position. He's driving a Kart Republic. There's Mick Klinkers in the Energy Corsa Storm. Starting out of grid 2, Josh Cook from Cambridge here. And the Swiss-born Finn, Robin Raikkonen, starting out of grid 4. Some irony here, because his father, Kimi Raikkonen, raced Rotax Power 1997 through to 1999 back in the glory days of Formula Super 8, that ferocious 100cc Rotax, when Kimi raced the Rotax-powered Gillard, open tyres back in the day. And now a quarter of a century later, his son lines up on grid 4, but it's Austin on pole position.
It is indeed. Austin Oman coming into this with a lot of pressure on the young man's shoulders. He's a remarkable driver, both on the international and in the British stage. And being from Middlesbrough, probably quite used to weather like this. Mick Klinkers alongside him. Those two did battle in the pre-final earlier on, and that dispute will be settled over the next 10 laps of racing. In Minimax for the Italian Cup, we'll put foot to the floor. The lights on the gantry go out, and we'll go racing in some testing conditions towards 10 and 1, and the space opens up for Josh Cook, who goes straight to the inside, but the outside favours Austin Oman. Joshua Cook tries to brave it in the end, emerges in third. Mick Klinkers down his inside through turns 3 and 4 again. Cold track, slick track. Austin Oman guessing every single corner going through there as well. You've got the likes of James Roots, who's worked his way up in a second in the 1-2-3. Dan Holland Racing to the inside of the chicane, finds the space, takes the track away from Austin Oman. Drag race between the two as they're argy-bargy towards the pit lane hairpin. Joshua Cook takes the inside. Austin Oman tries to sweep his way the long way round. That's not quite worked out for him. Joshua Cook goes for the lead into the final sector, side by side with James Roots, and Joshua Cook has found his way through up into the lead of the race for the 175.
What a start! Josh goes on through. Grand Finals champion from a couple of years ago. It's the KR Sport driver in P1. Austin back to second. Mick Klinkers back in third place as they race across the line for the first of 10 times. It's Cook, Aman, Klinkers, Roots goes by Raikkonen, and it's Paige, Kenny, Murphy. Good start from Maria Roberto. She's moved up inside the top 10 in position 9, just ahead of Habets, Jackson Hilton, and Logan Rolfe down into P12, ahead of Evo Oss. Jack Fulbrook Hammer going through. That was Charlie Page. And the green and white machine, Raikkonen pulls out. Tries to make a position sitting on the back of James Roots in 1, 2, 3. James in P4. And it's Cook just ahead. Austin in front from Mick Klinkers. A ferociously frantic start as Mick goes down the inside. Cook follows him on through. Roots is there as well. Raikkonen stares back over the shoulder, but it's Mick Klinkers in the Energy Corsa, who goes P1. Cook just behind in 175. Raikkonen on the outside. He loses another position. Charlie Page, he's tearing up through the field. The London Cup champion is now in P5. He's just got by and taken Raikkonen. Next in line, James Roots. They go down through the chicane for the third time. Mick Klinkers staring back over the shoulder. Charlie Page defending as Raikkonen tries to fight back. Just behind, it's Oscar Kenny, Jackson Hilton, and Maria Roberto.
This race has gotten very well underway, in fact, and really impressive stuff from the Minimax to get through with minimal casualties. I mean, I have to say, they're mini, but they're mighty. They are some of the youngest drivers, well, they are the youngest drivers that we've got on the grid this weekend, and they've dealt with a very precarious situation. Slicks on a damp, greasy circuit incredibly well. They've all got something to be proud of. Robin Raikkonen trying to make some moves and some headway in the background, side by side, as Austin Oman nips his way down the inside of Joshua Cook, and Sam Pollitt Racing goes ahead of KR Sport in the fight for second. Mick Klinkers, though, still in the lead of the race. James Roots down the inside of Joshua Cook as well. Cook gets the switch back on that run towards the 6 and 7 chicane. And the KR Sport machine retains what is a podium position as we approach half distance in this race. Ducking his head behind the steering wheel, Mick Klinkers. He's got our poleman of Austin Oman directly behind him. Conditions, of course, changing. The rain has stopped, so the track will be getting better and better. Grip more and more as the race goes on. And, well, these Minimax drivers, well, they've got to learn adaptability at some point, and Joshua Cook getting swamped by the likes of Oscar Kenny and James Roots. Joshua Cook able to hang on versus the Hunter Motorsport 148, up onto two wheels, popping a wheelie goes Oscar Kenny, and off the road there after running into the back of Joshua Cook. We complete the fourth lap and head on to the fifth. It's Mick Klinkers from Austin Oman and James Roots currently the top three.
What a disappointment for Oscar Kenny, riding up over the back. The Hunter Motorsport driver was hunting down a podium. That won't happen today. Oscar Kenny has crossed the line. In fact, he hasn't. He's retired at the side of the circuit. He dropped down to the bottom of the field. Mick Klinkers, P1 from Austin Oman. And it's Roots, Cook, Raikkonen down the inside. Robin races on by. Now the second generation racer who glances back over the shoulder, now a step off the podium. Puts Cook back to P5. It's Klinkers van de Netherlands in de eerste positie. P1, 1-2-1 for Sam Pollitt Racing. It's the Kart Republic of Oman. Back to James, Raikkonen, Cook. Logan Rolfe starting to work into contention now. The Winter Cup champion is Austin. Drives it up the inside. Got the run on the straight at 105.8 kilometres an hour. Klinkers at only 102.6 as he cut a hole in the air. The aerodynamics, it still works even though they're only just doing 60 miles an hour. They're the smallest drivers here, but he gained 4 kilometres an hour. Drove up the inside into turn 1 in the Kart Republic. Skates under brakes. Austin with an awesome pass. Take a look at this. Drove it down the inside. The Englishman takes the Dutchman. Oman in 1-2-1, the Kart Republic. He started pole. He's now in position 1 at the second half of the Italian Cup for Minimax here this afternoon at Cremona.
Across the line and to start lap 7 of 10, Austin Oman and Mick Klinkers breaking away from James Roops a little bit, but if their battle continues, the Dan Holland Racing 1-2-3 will find his way back into contention. Robin Raikkonen as well, a slow start for the 191, but he's slowly worked his way back forwards again, now ahead of Joshua Cook at the 175. Behind that, Logan Rolfe, of course, off the back of the victory in Campillos for the RMC Winter Cup a couple of months ago. Mick Klinkers eyeing up a move, the Energy Corsa very menacing over the shoulder of the Sam Pollitt Racing of Austin Oman. 3 laps left to go at the line. It's Oman from Klinkers, then comes the 1-2-3 of Roots, the 191 of Robin Raikkonen, and then the Chaos Sport of Joshua Cook as they run there. You can see them all into shot into the final couple of corners. Very challenging when the grip gets low in the slipstream. Mick Klinkers tucked up behind Austin Oman, who just seems to have the measure on the straights. And right now keeping it calm, cool and collected. The grip has probably steadied out a little bit, which makes the track a bit more predictable. Everyone's narrowed their way to similar racing lines. It's not that guessing game that we had in the opening 2 laps. So right now we've got Austin Oman, Mick Klinkers, the 2 stars of the field so far this weekend, duking it out for glory for the first of 4 European Cups in Minimax. Inside line opens up for Mick Klinkers. The 105 goes to the inside. The switchback opens up for Austin Oman, who gets the drive, gets the acceleration. And Sam Pollitt Racing find their way back into the lead of the race after losing it for all of about 2 seconds on lap 8.
Fabulous racing between the leading 2. We're working our way into the dying stages of the Italian Cup, the Minimax final. Together at round 1 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. This is Raikkonen going on through. A step off the podium behind 1-2-3. It's James Roots. Incidentally, Ivan Ganisijevic, the Croatian champion, fastest lap of the race. Although Charlie Page with a 53.747 makes that sentence redundant immediately. The Brit in P8 behind Jackson Hilton and ahead of Maria Roberto. Austin P1. Klinkers, who finished P2 at the season opening Winter Cup, to Logan Rolfe. Incidentally, Logan in P6 behind Joshua Cook. Mick Klinkers surely won't accept second place again here this afternoon. Roots in P3 for Dan Holland Racing. This is Raikkonen. At the moment, a step off the podium. Home circuit of Vollen, just outside of Zurich in Switzerland, where the Elia Epifanio Memorial Trophy will take place at the end of September for the 3rd time in 2026 on Robin Raikkonen's home circuit of Vollen, the famous circuit where the late great Ayrton Senna raced way back in the late 1970s. Klinkers down the inside, drives on through to go back into the top spot. Here comes James. They crash, they touch, they're out. James goes on through. Roots takes the lead for Dan Holland Racing. Austin Oman is about to retire. Mick Klinkers still in the race, but has dropped way down, fallen off the podium. Charlie Page goes on by. James Roots on the final lap of the race. Raikkonen off into the grass. James about to come around the final corner. 1, 2, 3 for Dan Holland Racing. The checkered flag will wave. What a sensational finish. James Roots takes victory at Cremona in the Rotax Max Challenge Italian Cup. Cook home in second, and Logan Rolfe on the podium in third. The Brits first through to fifth in a sensational finish. Mick Clinkers comes home P6. Raikkonen way down the order after moving into second in the dying stages. In fact, just crosses the line now in P27. The afternoon belongs to James Roots. The highlights of a thrilling Minimax final. On a greasy track, we got underway. Josh Cook trying the inside, it did not work. Austin Oman back into the lead, going wheel to wheel with Joshua Cook. Mick Clinkers up the inside, and the Dutch driver in the Energy Corsa into P1. Austin back to third, falling off the podium briefly, but then working his way back into contention. And then this. Raikkonen making the move on Joshua Cook. And then Austin Oman, who started from pole position, going by back into the top spot, taking it from the Kart Republic of Austin Oman. Oman on the outside, and then this comes together with the Dutchman. And James Roots simply says, thanks very much, guys. And he races on through in 1, 2, 3 to take the victory. Joshua Cook home in second, and Logan Rolfe on the podium in third. Charlie Page, what a drive from CP to come home for. And Jackson Hilton P5. The Union Jack on our timing screen. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Mick Clinkers crosses the line in P6 ahead of Ivan Janisiewicz, Habets Roberto, Ivan Oss, and Kevin Turbo just outside the top 10. We look down the order, 27th position, Robin Raikkonen, who was in second on the last lap of the race. Oscar Kenny was out after fighting for the podium on the third lap. James Roots takes the victory from Joshua Cook and Logan Rolfe. The Brits first, second and third in the Italian Minimax Cup. The podium presentation in just a moment.
Indeed so. And, well, fireworks on that final lap. Mick Clinkers up over the curve, getting a bit destabilised. Austin Oman maybe a little bit of collateral on the outside of what is turn number 9. Very unfortunate ends for a couple of drivers. Very fortunate for the likes of James Roots, the 1, 2, 3, bringing it home in the lead. Fair enough, lucky that the top two crashed into each other, but there to pick up the pieces and, well, didn't let the pressure in that final half a lap get to him. Joshua Cook and Logan Rolfe as well, 2 and 3 for KR Sport. They're going to be very chuffed indeed. Robin Raikkonen as well, a golden opportunity to get a podium, and, well, that was denied by Joshua Cook. I'm sure this one is going to have a couple of discussions around it, that final lap, but you can see, as it stands, the Union Jack 1, 2, and 3 flying very proudly on the podium for the first European Cup of Minimax. Of course, the Italian Cup before we have the German, the Belgian, and the Czech over the next few months for following the season of the RMC Euro Trophy, of course, with Minimax. James Roots for Dan Holland Racing taking a very deserved victory, being there exactly when it counted. And I'm sure a lot of frustration throughout the field in what was a very testing Minimax final, and the first of course, 2026 in terms of this particular season. We had, of course, the Winter Cup just a couple of months ago. It was Robin Raikkonen that took the victory of that one. He was looking to maybe back that up with another podium. It was close. It didn't come to be in Minimax, which once again, we always say it, they're mini, but they're mighty. And the racing, some of the rawest that we get out on circuit. Of course, big congratulations to Roots, Cook, Rolfe, 1, 2, and 3, Charlie Page, Jackson Hilton, Mick Clinkers bringing it home in P6. Damage limitation from the Croatian of Janisiewicz. Then comes Habets, Roberto Oss, the top 10. Turbo, by the way, up 10 positions from P21 to P11. Sebastian Behrman bringing it home in 12th. It's been a tough weekend for the Brit, but he's been able to well, limit the damage. Abby J. Stubbs as well up a position. Fulbert Karma up 5. And a shame for Austin Oman. He brought it home in the end in P15. Which, yeah, fair enough. Could have been worse, but absolutely could have been better. Of course, won't be too much longer until we head down to Ian for the, well, technically third podium of the day. And then we anticipate the penultimate final of the weekend with Junior Max, and then of course to end off with Senior Max. Big thank you of course to everyone tuning in, following along from home. Pleasure to have your company, myself, Zach Sweeney and Salvestrin in the commentary box, bringing you the action here at Cremona. Just waiting for final confirmation, getting things sorted down at the podium, and then we'll be able to head down and celebrate the success of our fantastic drivers. Of course, the stars of the future on the grid today in Rotax, and of course all looking the road to the grand final later on this year. Won't be too much longer until we head back out to Wackersdorf. So we're towards the end of the day here for round number 1 at Cremona, but on May 3rd, or just before actually, we'll be heading out to Wackersdorf, and then the finals will be on the 3rd of May. A month and a half after that, we'll be heading to Genk, and then a month off, and we'll be heading to Trinek to crown our European champions. And then, of course, all eyes to the grand finals at that stage of the year. Looking forward to heading out to the Czech Republic for the final round. Of course, Trinek gave us some good action over the course of 2025, looking for more of the same in 2026. Same to Wackersdorf and Genk, giving us great venues for the racing. Big shout out to all of the drivers, all of the families, all of the supporters, mechanics, team members, and all of the staff at WSK, the medical crew, the marshals, everyone involved in making this weekend flow as smoothly as it has. I mean, we've not been behind schedule once, really. The running order of things has been remarkably impressive, so big shout out to everyone, and like I say, big shout out to all of the team members for all of their efforts, and the drivers for giving us some fantastic racing. There you can see just on the right there, Logan Rolfe, I'm sure pretty chuffed. Joshua Cook there next to him. Logan Rolfe coming home in P3 off the back of the victory in the Winter Cup. There's Macaulay Bishop. We'll see him out a little bit later on today. The final race of the day, Macaulay Bishop, again, the reigning world champion in Senior Max. So look out for him. I think he's starting from P5 later on in the Senior Max. So we're looking to work his way forward. He's so far won pretty much every Winter Cup, Winter Trophy, or adjacent thing there is to win. So he'll be looking to go forwards, or at the very least get a podium. That's going to be a very good race to end the day on, I'm sure, with Senior Max. You can see the 2KR Sport guys, Logan Rolfe, Joshua Cook, awaiting the podium. And, well, we'll head down to Ian to, put 3 Brits and get their trophies.
Thank you, Zach. The drivers make their way up to the podium, and we're ready for the podium presentation. Another thrilling Mini-Max final decided on the last lap. It's an all-British podium. As you can see, the 3 Union Jacks, they went down to the first 5, in fact. In 3rd place for KR Sport, Logan Rolfe. Second place, also from Great Britain, also for KR Sport. A big round of applause for Joshua Cook. Also from Great Britain, the winner here in Italy of the Italian Mini-Max Cup for Dan Holland Racing. Let's hear it for James Roots. And the winning team, Dan Holland Racing, represented by Daryl Melotti. 3rd place from Great Britain for Logan Rolfe. Second place, also from Great Britain, Joshua Cook. The winner of the Italian Mini-Max Cup here at Cremona for Dan Holland Racing, also from Great Britain, James Roots. And Daryl Melotti representing the winning team, Dan Holland Racing. Taking victory in the Italian Cup in Mini-Max, James Roots wins entry into the 2026 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Thank you, Andrea, and congratulations, James. We'll see you in Portimao on the 28th of November, having won entry into the Rotax Max Grand Finals for 2026. the national anthem of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. The podium for the Italian Mini Max Trophy, third place, Logan Rolfe, second, Joshua Cork. And for Dan Holland Racing, also from Great Britain, the winner here at CREMONA, James Roots. An all-British podium. Congratulations to Logan, Joshua and James. So appropriately enough, Zach, back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Ian. Big congratulations to James Root, Joshua Cook and Logan Rolfe, and the first ticket of 2026 handed out in Minimax to James Root. We'll be able to hand out 3 more over the course of the Euro Trophy season at Bakersdorf, Genk and Trineg. We gear ourselves up for the third and penultimate final of the day, Junior Max. Coming up very, very shortly, Emerson McCann-Duren alongside Marcel Popacol on the front row, Kai Clark and Albert Friend behind that in a very star-studded grid in what is going to be incredibly competitive. The rain has held off. The Minimax dried off the track for the most part, and now it's all eyes to getting this one underway. Of course, a lot of new faces in the Junior Max field, a lot of experienced faces in the Junior Max field as well, which makes for a very fiery field. And very much looking forward to getting this one underway. 14 laps of racing with McCann-Duren on pole position.
Just over 17 kilometres of this 1,224 metre circuit. Emerson Mack to start on pole position. Let's find out how the Brit got there. The highlights of Junior Max this week here at CREMONA. Myas Matsinas, who won the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals of the World at Bahrain, at the Bahrain International Circuit at the end of 2025. He qualified on pole 48 hours ago with a time of 49.786, but the Lithuanian has had a tough weekend since. Emerson Mack starts on pole position, the 4th generation racer. Dan Holland Racing at 231. There is Emerson to the left of your screen. Marcel Popacol, the pole to the right, 36 junior drivers on the grid. A class field for round 1 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Emerson McCann-Duren, pole position, the 4th generation racer. We go back to 1959, his great-grandfather Jeff, racing at historic circuits such as Brands Hatch and the now defunct Crystal Palace. He won the British Saloon Car Championship over half a century ago. The 4th generation racer starts on pole position. Marcel Popacol out of grid 2. Kai Clark, KC out of 3. It's Albert Friend, who won the pre-final this morning. The Romanian Raris Pashkul, Stanik Babacek, the Winter Cup champion, out of grid 6. Jack Collinson, the Brit, now racing with a Latvian licence, starting alongside Sebastian Clark, Luan Seidel and Luca Holmes-Balak. Alfie Ward, then it's Taylor Jensen Chalk, former champion of the world in Mini Max, Louis Ratcliffe. Soltich, Carposta, who had a great run in the pre-final this morning. ROUND1 Melik, Leo Gonzalez, the Spaniard, out of 18. Then there's Yeta and Eran Unludigan, one of multiple Turks here this weekend. Lucien Smith back on 21, the Canadian-Colombian Olivier Chasser, Alex Goodson alongside Branislav Renka, Kimi May, Eric Brunsberg, Myers Matsinas back on 27th. Another Turk, that's Ali Miras, Lorenzo Vilao, and Gabriela Iacomelli out of grid 30. Shell Hertman, Amira Siatkalska, Miguel Grantons, who had a stunning pre-final this morning, only to be given a penalty. Emils Yudsaltis, Julian Tuema, and Casper Vist on the final row of the grid. Emerson McAndrew ran on pole position. You cast your minds back to the steel ring, the Czech Republic, the final round in Minimax, the Czech Minimax trophy. In the pouring rain, that stunning finish where he crossed the line, it was just barely a few thousandths of a second between. A legendary lap, and now Emerson Max starts on pole position for Dan Holland Racing. Marcel Popacol for Ralf Schulzen Racing. The team from Denmark, the driver from Poland, out of grid 2. KC out of 3, it's Kai Clark and Albert Friend, who stormed to victory in the pre-final this morning. We welcome you to Cremona in the north of Italy, round 1 of 4, the 2026 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, the junior final. Emerson on pole, we race. Marcel Popacol has missed the start badly. Kai Clark goes racing down the inside. KC from grid 3 for Strawberry Racing takes the race lead as the field come out of turn 5 for the first time. Emerson back to second. And we log for the Romanian Swiss driver, Rares Pashkul, in 2.35. The second Den Holland Racing driver back into P3. What a start from Clark. Goes into the pit hairpin in P1. Looking also for Zdenek Babacek. There's the check in 2.71. Also for Dan Holland Racing. The team based at the Wilton Mills Circuit, where the first round of the Ultimate Car Championship gets underway in a few weeks' time. But it's Strawberry Racing, their fierce rival, Kai Clark, who's gone through to lead across the line for the first time. A move for second place, Rares Pashkul goes through and takes his teammate Emerson. Back to third, Jack Collinson, Ward, Babacek, Popacol, Marcel from grid 2 ahead of Jensen Chalk. But the pole back in 7th place.
Yeah, not been an ideal start for McAndrew by any stretch of the imagination. I think on this greasy, damp track, the grip not quite there. Kai Clark, of course, with his experience in Junior Max, rising to the occasion very aggressively. As we've come to know, the 271 of Zdenek Babacek goes down the inside of Alfie Ward and takes 5th position. Just the Czech driver. Speaking of suboptimal starts, Popacol, another one of them, completely missed it, and every single one of the even-numbered grid slots missed the start as a result. He dropped down and is now running in P9. He needs to regain some of that momentum, find his way back into this race. Jack Collinson, the Latvian, on the back of McAndrew. So the Hunter Motorsport, Carlos Sainz chassis, fighting away with the Lando Norris carts. Dan Holland Racing and McAndrew, who's got eyes on his teammate. And as a contingent, Pashku and McAndrew have worked really well together. They've led home a couple of 1-2 so far this weekend. It's down the inside, Zdenek Babacek fighting with Collinson. Alfie Ward getting involved as well. Sebastian Clark as well for Chaos Sport has been able to climb up a couple of places to 251 into turn number 8 once more, and darting to the inside to defend as if it's the final lap on lap number 3 of 14. Kai Clark from Pashku, from McAndrew, and the top 3, and like I was saying, working really well together so far this weekend. Pashku, as a result of not battling too hard with his teammate, has been able to drive onto the back of Kai Clark, who narrowly missed out a Grand Finals victory just a couple of months ago in December. Down the inside goes the 283, that's Alfie Ward, fighting away with Popacol. Jensen Chalk as well, just in front in 7th position, so a lot of jostling on this field. Jensen Chalk has dropped all the way down to 18th, outside of the top 20, in fact, has Chalk. So something has befallen the Chaos Sport Machine. He's down into P21 right now. This is the battle for the lead, though. Kai Clark, and that gap back to Pashku has been decimated. Pashku looks over his shoulder. He sees that he's got some space. He goes to the inside, takes the lead of the race. Kai Clark tries to get back underneath him. Forced off the road, there is Pashku. Kai Clark gets his elbows out. And now bunching the field back up again. Emerson McCann-Duren gets onto the back of his teammate, sees the door open to the inside of turn number 12. McCann-Duren will take second place. Meanwhile, Kai Clark once again stretching an advantage. Zdeněk Babicek gets in. It's civil war down at Dan Holland Racing.
How fortunate was Rares Pashkul to find the pit lane exit? How unlucky was he to be pushed off wide somewhat controversially by Kai Clark, who goes through 1.3 seconds clear of the Dan Holland Racing trio. Rares Pashkul, Zdeněk Babicek, and the pole sitter Emerson McCann-Duren back to Jack Collinson, who is catching for the Hunter Motorsport team. The team of the multiple British, European and BNL champion, Kai Hunter, off the road. That was really close for Emerson McCann-Duren, and now being caught by Jack Collinson, who's also racing in the Nordic Championship for 2026, thus racing with the Nordic license. The CS55 kart, launched by Carlos Sainz himself at this very circuit in 24 I should say. Jack goes on by the CS55 kart, now just a step off the podium. He splits the trio, I was going to say the trio of Dan Holland Racing drivers, but there's 4 of them because Harry Taylor is now up into P6 from grid 12. The gap from Clark back to Zdeněk Babicek, just over a second. Myers Matsinas, fastest qualifier, the Lithuanian, the champion of the world, starting way back on grid 27. He's up to 18th, and he's just gone purple with a 51.169 behind Kimi May. Head of Chasse and Gabriele Iacomelli. Unlikely to make the podium today, but he's storming through the field. Myers Matsinas is the fastest driver currently on the circuit, but Kai Clark is in P1 for Strawberry Racing.
Indeed so, he's running quite well. Zdeněk Babicek, though, the one leading the charge to go and catch him once again. Kai Clark, a formidable defender, and fighting in amongst the mid-pack as well, all the way down through the field. Basically, from second downwards, everyone is remarkably close. Also, as well, a bit of a break between Pashku to Collinson and McCann-Duren, who are running very close. McCann-Duren dropping to 5th, of course, as we reach half distance in this race. Lap 7 of 14, Kai Clark. Well, he's got a fierce force behind him of Zdeněk Babicek, who is such a talent in the world of karting across Rotax and, of course, in OKJ. The Czech driver now hunting him down. Last lap time through, 0.3 of a second in favour of the Czech driver, who's bringing Rares Pashku with him. So once again, the Dan Holland Racing drivers working together nicely to get onto the back of the Strawberry Racing of Kai Clark. Heading on to lap number 8. You've also got Jack Collinson, who's again been a bit of a dark horse this weekend. The Latvian Brit up 3 places into 4th. Rares Pashku, a slight look to his teammate there, but I think probably maybe deciding wiser to that. Again, the mutual benefit is there to go and chase Kai Clark to potentially bring him a victory to Wilton Mill. 8 of 14, so it'll be 6 to go at the line. Kai Clark dealing with this race very well indeed. I think we are getting some more spits of rain out on circuit though, because the dark clouds, well, loom ominously overhead here at Cremona. Slight little look there from Pashku to the inside of Zdeněk Babicek. Grip is starting to fall. Jack Collinson getting involved, and Kai Clark's advantage once again swings back in his favour as the gap grows to 0.8 of a second.
Zach, you really have to feel for Marcel Poppercall, who started on grid 2 but is back in P9. He may well come back into it though, because it is raining here at Cremona. We're about to start lap 9. It is raining once again. Kai Clark with a lead of 1.1 seconds. It was. You can see it spread out as he goes down into turn 1. We wait, they come across the line, the gap back to Zdeněk Babicek, 2 seconds dead, searching for grip off the rubber line on this deceptively fast Cremona circuit with very cambered corners. It is raining here at Cremona in the dying stages of the Junior Max Final, round 1 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. For the moment, the track is greasy, but it is dry as Kai Clark goes sideways, looks back behind to Zdeněk Babicek. He won the season opening Winter Cup at Campillos in the south of Spain. He won the Grand Finals Championship of the World in Rotax Mini. He won the second round of the WSK Super Masters Series at Sano. That was in OKJ with a brilliant defensive drive. But now he, like everybody else, searching for grip as it rains here at Cremona. Off the road, we've lost one of the KR Sport drivers. Chassis is out, Gabriele Iacomelli, Julian Tuema. Crashing into the barriers as well. We've lost another 2 off screen. as we go full course yellow. Kai Clark crosses the line to start lap 10, P1 from Zdeněk Babicek, Luka Holmes-Balak in P3. This may be critical. Popokol's gone off, Louis Radcliffe's gone off. Tren van Melk, meanwhile, in P15. While all that was going on, Tren van the Netherlands has been placed under investigation. We've got multiple cars spearing off the road. Shell Hertman's gone on through. Chassé has not. Neither has Giacomelli, Duema, Seidel, Jensen Chalk is out. Aaron Ludigan, Leo Gonzalez. As the rain falls, it started falling on lap 8. This is lap 10 of 14, full course yellow. Kai Clark with the race lead from Zdeněk Babicek, Luka Holmes-Balak, Pashkil, Sebastian Clark, Collinson, Friend, Alfie Ward, Kimi May from grid 25, if you don't mind. The German carving through the field. And the pole sitter, Emerson, back in P10. Would you believe it? Now the sun is shining here at Cremona.
Wow, what a day it's been, to be honest. I mean, the sun is kind of shining, and the rest of the circuit, it's, well, lashing it down. Kai Clark leading the race, of course, under full course yellow. He's done a pretty decent job. Of course, he got it early doors and wasn't scared to get his elbows out. Well, that aggression allowed him to keep the lead, and well, now on the full course yellow, we'll be crawling our way, I'd imagine, all the way to the checkered flag. Slicks on a wet track definitely don't go too well. Zdeněk Babicek did the work early enough, and that's the thing, is that obviously in those conditions you've got to adapt incredibly quickly. Slicks on a wet track, of course, sometimes quite unpredictable. A lot of people train on them to build up that adaptability and understand the grip dynamics, and well, that training definitely pays off. We saw it from Kai Clark immediately, even with no reference of anyone around him. He was rapid straight from the get-go. Same to Zdeněk Babicek, adapting very well. Well, before the full course yellow was thrown, that was your opportunity to stay on the circuit, a small battle of attrition, if you will. Stay on the circuit, gain some places, and now reap the rewards because of it. There's no overtaking under this full course yellow. Of course, the sun shining to some extent, and probably a very telling sentiment to the day. The duality that we've had here at Cremona, either pouring of rain or sunshine, and very little in between. Of course, lap 11 of 14, so 3 to go at the line. I doubt we'll be going back green flag anytime soon. Kai Clark from Zdeněk Babicek, Luka Holmes-Balak has quietly worked his way up onto the podium from P10 up into P3. Big shame for Emerson McCann-Duren. There'll be a lack of experience costing the young driver on his step up into Junior Max.
Zach, I'm going to give you a number here, the number 75. Then I'll say 75%. That is what we need to pass a full race distance. Look at the order. Kai Clark, Zdeněk Babicek, Luka Holmes-Balak. 1, 2, 3 with black clouds, light rain falling here on a greasy circuit. At the moment, it is still a race. We have to pass officially 75%. That's the word from race control. Kai Clark with the race lead. The rain easing off, and there's the red flag. That's the ball game, folks. Kai Clark takes victory. The red flag flies. Frustration from Zdeněk, who comes home P2. They drive into pit lane. The whistle blows short of the full 90. That stumps. Kai Clark has won as the red flag flies. On lap 12 of the Rotax Junior Final, we have passed 75%. The red flag, a downpour on lap 8, rendered the circuit officially unraceable on the Mojo slick tyre. Our race director, Mr. Alessandro Ferrari, we passed 75% of the race distance. Then he's instructed the red flag to be shown. That's the ball game. Kai Clark has won round 1 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. We started on a dry circuit. As we take a look at the highlights, Emerson McCann-Duren, well, they say the race cannot be won on the first corner, but this afternoon it was. KC from grid 3, Clark sent it up the inside, came across the line for the first time in position 1, and with that raced away built the gap up to 2 seconds at one stage. Briefly back into second place. Raris Pashkul into pit lane as he made contact with Kai Clark. Misses the podium by a single position, ultimately does the Romanian Swiss driver. This was Jack Collinson splitting the Dan Holland Racing trio. But with 75% of the race complete, the red flag flies, and Kai Clark, well, he's won it in the first corner. He handled the conditions. It started to rain on lap 8. Clark takes victory, Babicek second, and Luca Holmes-Balak in third place for Strawberry Racing. Raris Pashkul in P4 from Clark, Collinson, Albert Friend, Ward, Kimmy May, and Emerson, who started from pole position, finishes in P10 just ahead of Lucian Smith. Myers Matsinis came from grid 27, setting fastest lap after fastest lap. Was probably hoping, praying that we'd make it to the finish. Nevertheless, the Lithuanian who won the grand finals at the end of 25 at the Bahrain International Circuit took pole position on Friday morning, came carving through the field to finish in P12. Kai Clark has won a rain-shortened Junior Max Final. Inside second row of the grid start, the Strawberry Racing driver taking the lead. Stenek, frustration as he drove back into pit lane. Another podium for the Czech, but it's not the top step. And Luca Holmes-Balak on the podium, also for Strawberry Racing, in third place.
Well, that's going to rack it up. A very anticlimactic end, but maybe the right decision from race control in the interest, of course, of safety. Although, yeah, suboptimal way to finish it, anticlimactic end. It does not throw any shadow over Kai Clark's deservedness of that race victory. Was clinical from the get-go. Got the lead, of course, was not scared to get his elbows out. Maybe, you know, on the limit, as we often see, but he knows exactly where that limit is, what he can and can't get away with, and he's not scared to be aggressive when he needs to be, is Kai Clark. And that consistency, that adaptability when the rain started to fall as well. He pulled out nearly a 4-second gap in just a handful of laps before the full course yellow was thrown, and deservedly so leads the championship in Junior Max. But this is how competitive it is. This is how competitive it's been all weekend long. 153 to Clark, 150 to Stenek Babicek, 148 to Pashku, Friend, and McCann-Juren, 143 to Collinson, 141 to Sebastian Clark, and 137 to Luca Holmes-Balak. So across 8 drivers, there are 16 points covering them in the championship, which, yeah, remarkable effort. Yeah, fair enough. It's only one round into the season, but that's already 25% complete before we head to Wackersdorf, Genk and Trenek over the next 6 months. So look out for Junior Max in 2026 for the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Very much cannot wait for it as we go through the next couple of months. Of course, next out in Wackersdorf on May the 3rd for the final. Make sure, of course, you are joining us around the world. Motorsport TV, and of course here on the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy YouTube channel. Big thank you, of course, to everyone that's been tuning in along today over the pre-finals and now the finals. One more to go in terms of Senior Max, which again proves to be just as competitive, and now again with a damp and greasy and slick circuit after the small downpour that we had. As we await the driver's arrival down at the podium to hand out some very deserved trophies. After 11 hard laps of racing. They're all ready very quickly, so let's head down to the penultimate podium of the day.
Thank you, Zach. The rain has eased up. There's almost a bit of sunshine as we get ready to race the Senior Max Final in a moment. But first, the Junior Max Podium. A rain-shortened race, but a deserved race winner to stand on the top step in just a moment. In third place from Great Britain, Luca Holmes-Balak. From the Czech Republic in second place for Dan Holland Racing, Stenek Babicek. Well, they say you cannot win the race on the first corner, but this afternoon we've seen that's not the case. KC from Grid 3 with a super start has won here at CREMONA, the winner of the first round of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy in Juniors, Kai Clark. And representing the winning team, Strawberry Racing, Matt Cooley. From Great Britain, in third place, Luca Holmes-Ballack. Second place, from the Czech Republic, Zdeněk Babicek. And the winner from Great Britain, Kai Clark. And Matt Cooley representing the winning team, Strawberry Racing. The national anthem of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. The podium for Junior Max Round 1 here at CREMONA. Third place, Luca Holmes-Ballack. Second, Zdeněk Babicek. And the winner of the first round, the 2026 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy from Great Britain, Kai Clark. Another British podium here this afternoon. We've got another British driver starting on pole for our final of the afternoon. 110 drivers in Senior Max, and at the end of an exhausting 6 heats and 2 pre-finals this morning is the 2022 Rotax Max Grand Finals champion of the world, Scott Marsh, to start from pole position. Zach, back to you in the studio.
110 drivers whittled down to the final 36 here in CREMONA for the opening round of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. One more final left to go for the opening round of 4 in 2026. Myself, Zach Swinney, Ian Silvestrin, keeping you company in the broadcast booth and bringing you the action all day long. Scott Marsh, Lewis Gilbert on the front row, all British on the front row of the grid for Senior Max in what proves to be one of the most competitive of the weekend yet. Of course, changeable weather, changeable conditions, clouds still ominously looming over the skies here in CREMONA. And, well, I would imagine a potentially wet tyre start. Again, I don't know in terms until we see cuts out on circuit. At the end of the Junior Max, of course, they didn't seem to have too much grip, but the rain has stopped and the track does dry quickly. So I wonder as to what we're going to see when the Senior Maxes roll their way onto the grid. Still awaiting their arrival as well. Of course, looking out for Scott Marsh, who was rapid at the Winter Cup a couple of months ago. He lines up on pole position. Lewis Gilbert has been a formidable force over the weekend. Macaulay Bishop, the reigning world champion in Senior Max, starts this one from P5. Look out for Bram van der Veck, and of course his step up into Senior Max starts this one in 6th. He's been remarkably quick. There is a lot to play for here in Senior Max for the 15-lap, 18.3-kilometer battle to round off round number 1 for the RMC Euro Trophy in 2026.
110 drivers. We're down to the final 36, as you say, Zach. Changeable weather conditions as well. The carts are coming out onto the circuit at the moment, so we'll see if anyone has gambled. I was going to say on the wets, but it may be a case of who's gambled on the dries. We'll find out in a moment. But firstly, let's check out some of the highlights from Senior Max this week here at CREMONA. We believe this to be a record regarding the Euro Trophy. There's Scott to the left of your screen. 110 drivers in the senior max class. You can see Scott Marsh to the left of your screen. Strawberry Racing. Well, we've got a mixed grid. We are going to have somebody win this race by half a lap or either be lapped themselves, because Scott Marsh, 6:07. Strawberry Racing is on the slick tyre, and right behind Nick to the bets, KSB Racing has mounted the Mojo Wets. He's not the only one. We believe there's a few drivers further back who have elected to start on the wet tyre. The majority are on the slick, and once again, it starts to rain here at Cremona. Oh boy, here we go. There's Lewis Gilbert, the multiple British champion, Scottish champion Gilbert, starting out of grid 2. For the Craft Motorsport team, the 5-minute board goes up. Light rain falling here at Cremona. The Senior Max Final. Nick Trbec, the Slovenian for the Austrian KSB. Just with a white race suit, just standing behind the cart of Scott Marsh, has mounted the Mojo wet tyre. The majority of the field are on the Mojo slick. Nick to the bets will either win this race by a lap, or it'll be all over within a few corners. We're about to find out. Changeable weather conditions. We are 1 week away from the start of springtime here in Italy and in the Northern Hemisphere. Scott Marsh, 2022 Grand Finals champion of the world. Left of your screen, Strawberry Racing Tony Kart. Lewis to the outside front row for the world-class Craft Motorsport team. Fabulous competition in the paddock. The rain falling lightly. There's no standing water on the circuit for the moment. It is dark here at Cremona. Nick to the bets. Well, the KSB Austria team, have they just bought a winning lottery ticket, so to speak? We'll try and bring you up to date if he is the only one or if anybody else has mounted the Mojo Wet. He will either win it or bin it here this afternoon. Ole vinco, ole capoto. If you know, you know. We watch Nick. It is raining. This is Scott. And now the sun comes out to shine. Lewis Gilbert out of grid 2, the front row on the Mojo slick. Round 1, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy in changeable conditions here at Cremona. We have had changeable conditions all day. We've had showers over the past 2 days. It's too late now. Settle in and relax for what is about to be a cracking 15-lap final. Round 1 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy here at Cremona, presented by WSK Promotion. The green flag flies. Scott Marsh in the green machine for Strawberry Racing leads the field away. There is Nick to the bets inside second row of the grid. There are a couple of other drivers also starting on the wet tyres, including Jack West and Joris Guens. This is the grid. Scott Marsh, Lewis Gilbert, Nick to the bets on the Mojo Wets. Max Zadursky, Mac B out of 5. Alongside Bram van der Werken, Harry Freeman, Austin Lee, Sebastian Koch. Watch the German alongside the Welshman, Cameron Nelson. Row 6, Boaz Maximoff, Ryan Gantor, the Canadian. And it's Tom Langlois and Titouan Lescali, the 2 French drivers. Will Pemble, watch Jeremy. Roivers out of 16, Freddie Lloyd, Matthias Kellyup, Eva Morris out of 19. And the multiple Austrian champion, also for Craft Motorsport, Lukas Schlegel on the outside 10th row of the grid. Row 11 sees Dragos Vasil Kutsay. He gambled this morning in the pre-final. That did not work. He's back on 21. Cas Borshaus, head of Cies van Wijk. Christian Sayerson, who won this race in juniors last year. Martin Varga, Jack West, Aman Hamilton, the Australian, out of 27, is alongside Truman. That's Brandon, then Bastian Ottenstemer. Tino Sidler back on 29. Tobias Norman is alongside Rory Armstrong. John Mark Short Steps, Gianmarco Cortopassi, Will Archer, Jan Pinto from Israel, and Jan Skuens, Joris Guens, I should say, for RS Competition, the Dutch driver. on the final row of the grid has also elected to start on the wet tyres. So Nick to the Bets inside second row of the grid. He's on the Mojo wet. Also Jack West out of grid 26. And the final grid position, Jordi Skuins, the Dutchman for RS Competition, has been lightning quick. He will either charge up through the field in the opening stages, or effectively his race will be over within a few laps. Zach, this is going to entertain no end.
Yeah, absolutely it is. Looking forward to this one. And it's that gamble, and all of these drivers, no matter what choice you've made, slicks or wet, are going to be feeling the nerves. Have we made the right choice? And you're only going to find out when that green flag flies and the lights on the gantry go out to get this race underway. The majority have gone for the slicks. That was the right call earlier in pre-final B. Will it be the right call in the final? A very similar situation, but the rain falling a little bit more intensely than it was earlier on. And I think as it builds up, the wet's only going to get stronger and stronger. It's going to be harder to build the temperature in the slicks. I would feel confident on the wets. And I think Nick Trebek initially probably being the anomaly, being the outlier on the grid on the wets, maybe could be the one laughing by the time they get to the checkered flag. But again, everyone's going to make the right decision in hindsight. It all depends who's made the decision when they were sat in the pre-grid area. 15 laps of racing to decide the opening round of the Euro Trophy in 2026 for Senior Max. Scott Marsh, Lewis Gilbert, two titans so far this weekend. Nick Trebek in P3 inside second row. Starting on the wet compound tyres, Max Tedeschi, Macaulay Bishop, Bram van der Beek, and the top three have been down each other's throats for the entire weekend thus far. And I think it might be a little bit too wet for slicks, but we'll have to find out.
Zach Tobias Norman, starting back on grid 32, also has put on the Mojo wet tyre. I'm going to disagree with you respectively. I'm going to say the slick tyre will come good. I'll be happy to be proved wrong. We're about to find out in 15 laps. There are 4 drivers on the wets. Nick to the Bets out of grid 3, Jack West, Tobias Norman, and Jordi Skuins. Here we go. The Rotax Max Challenge Senior Final. It is raining lightly. The crossover mark is around about 61 seconds. That is the critical point to go to slicks or stay on the wets, which 4 drivers have done. Under threatening skies, we welcome you to CREMONA. Round 1 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy and the 2022 Grand Finals Champion of the World, Scott Marsh, leads the field up to the line. We don't race. Another formation lap. This will help the slick drivers. Not so much those on wets. It is raining lightly. It is a week out from the start of springtime in the Northern Hemisphere. You can see the track is greasy. There's no standing water on the racing line for the moment, but it is gripless. Yeah, 61 seconds around about the crossover point. Macaulay Bishop with a 49.209 on a dry track on Friday morning. He set pole position. As it stands at the moment, it's, well, an intermediate tyre would be great. There's Nick, KSB Austria, 328, the first of the drivers who have elected to start on the Mojo wet. We made an unofficial, I hate to use the word bet, at the Super Masters series, coffee or tea. I know you're a tea drinker. For me, it's coffee. Do the wets. So what, if the wets win, I'm drinking tea. If we go to Wackersdorf and the slick tyres drivers...
I'll have a coffee if slicks win. Okay, I can live with that. I can live with that. Oh, now you've got me second. I can't imagine how the drivers and mechanics feel, because ultimately they're the ones that have got the burden of that responsibility on their shoulders. As to have made that decision. I mean, if it hammers it down now, obviously everyone on the slicks is going to feel a bit silly, but if it stays like this, maybe the slicks could come true. It all depends on whether or not the rain stays as it is and the track slowly gets wetter, or it starts hammering down, or it clears up. Oh, the next 15 laps are going to be very, very interesting indeed. Scott Marsh has got a lot of weight on his shoulders as they roll up to the line for the first time for Senior Max in the Euro Trophy in 2026. Scott Marsh, Lewis Gilbert, the front row, changeable conditions, decisions left, right and centre. Who's made the right one as the lights go out and we go racing towards turn number 1, guessing the grip conditions, and while coming true there, the wet tyres straight through into the race lead. Nick Trebek. Scott Marsh, of course, running a little bit wide. They're skating through on the slick tyres. full of confidence are the wets. Now as they, well, negotiate their way very slowly, tiptoeing round the opening sector, a big gaggle of karts through the first few corners. Nick Trebek laughing in everyone's faces here at CREMONA. He's sailing off into the distance while the rest of them barely able to get the power down to the tarmac. Down in towards the pit lane hairpin, desperately trying to get some temperature into the tyres. Scott Marsh guessing where the grip is going to be. Armfuls of lock either way, using the brakes to rotate the car. Lewis Gilbert just about able to get the drive. But those on slicks, well, it's going to be testing conditions. Even if the rain stops now, the damage is done. Out onto the marbles, there goes Scott Marsh. Forced wide, Lewis Gilbert skates his way down the inside to take second position.
We have to also look at Tobias Norman, Jack West and Yuri Skuins. They are carving through the field. From the back of the grid, Yuri Skuins will see where the Dutchman crosses the line. Nick Trebek does now, the Slovenian. He is dominating. It looks as though, he's not even on your screen, it looks as though he's made the right choice. 6 seconds clear of Lewis Gilbert, Max Zadursky. Skuins, Yuri from grid 36, has passed 24 karts on the first lap. Tobias Norman just behind. He's into P13. It's Nick Trebek. Wow, it's a 109 standing lap. Remember, that crossover point is around about 61 seconds. So the rain has eased up. Nick Trebek, KSP Birolard Austria, is coming out of the pit hairpin now as Lewis Gilbert goes down the back straight, searching for grip. Mac B, that's Bishop from Zadursky. It won't be long. In fact, there we go. From the back of the grid, Yuri Skuins carving up through. He's almost in the top 5. Nick Trebek, as the sun comes out to shine on the second lap of 15 in the Senior Max Final. 3-2-0, that's Tobias Norman for RS competition. Yes, the Danish driver, the Danish team, Nick Trebek crosses the line now. The gap, we wait. Here is Yuri Skuins going through. Second place, Tobias Norman from grid 32, 11 seconds behind. Then Lewis Gilbert, P3, 12 seconds off the race lead, but on the slick tyre.
An unbelievable start to this race. 30 positions gained for Tobias Norman for RS competition. I believe he is on the wet compound tyre. He's looking remarkably good, as expected. Those on the wets, though, they're not in a rush. They've got such a big pace delta that they can take it so easy. As backwards into the barrier goes to 371. Well, that was Lukas Schlegel for Craft Motorsport going backwards into the barrier, as you would expect. Again, slicks on a wet track, perilous conditions out there. Jack West has worked his way up. Again, he started this race on the wet tyres, 26th, now into the podium positions. And like I was saying, they've got the time. They're not in a rush. They've got such a big differential relative to the slicks that those starting further back just needed to slowly pick their way through the gaps. Like a supercar carving through tractors, it seems, in Senior Max. The rain coming down still, and you can see a very slick surface, a very thin layer of standing water out on the circuit, the spray beginning to appear. Nick Trebek, I mean, I think he initially a bit frustrated on the grid, looking at it thinking, have we made the right decision? Everyone else was on the slicks. Well, trust your gut and you reap the rewards. Trebek from Norman, Jack West, the top 3 from Schoens, 1, 2, 3 and 4, all of whom, the 4 that started on the wet compound tyres, knock out the front 4 slots of the field. Then comes Lewis Gilbert, Macaulay Bishop. This race, if you're on the slicks, it's a fight for 5th.
It looks as though we'll be drinking English tea at Varkersdorp. I'll say that with a caveat though, Zach, because the rain is starting to come down again. There was a chance as we went green, a little bit of sunshine, but now the rain is continuing to come down. It's all over. It's all over on lap 4. Nick Trebek, 10 seconds clear of Tobias Norman, who came from grid 32. Jack West in P3, Yuri Skuins in P4. Lewis Gilbert is in P5, the first driver on the Mojo Slick, but 24 seconds behind. Last lap for Lewis Gilbert, a 1:14, as opposed to a 1:06 for Tobias Norman, so 6 seconds the difference. We are not at the crossover point. The rain continuing to come down as we pass the 1/3 race distance. The blue flag is going to be displayed imminently. Nick Trebek just needs to keep it on the wet circuit, and he will take victory in the Rotax Max Challenge at Euro Trophy. He's 9 seconds clear of Tobias Norman, enjoying himself as he goes down into the pit hairpin. The KSB, the Birol Art. One driver just coming out of pit lane and just rejoining at the bottom of the field. Looked to be Armand Hamilton, in fact. Nick to the bets, representing, as you can see, Slovenia in the Rotax Max Grand Finals, which take place back again this year in the magnificent Algarve region in the south of Portugal at the Portimao circuit, which is also back on the calendar next year, as you know, hosting around in the FIA Formula One World Championship. Nick to the bets from Slovenia with a purple sector at 24.121, so they're about 7 seconds per sector of their dry weather times at the moment. A 106.950 for Tobias Norman. Just reminding you, Macaulay Bishop, who's currently in P7 on the slick tyre, he took pole position on a dry circuit on Friday with a 49.209. This is Max Zadursky down in P11 behind Sebastian Koch. It's not even a battle for the final steps off the podium. Regarding the drivers on slick tyres, Lewis Gilbert is the best of which. He's in P5 from Scott Marsh. In 6th, Macaulay Bishop, Austin Lee, Harry Freeman, Koch and Max Zadursky. Nick to the bets, 8 seconds clear of Tobias Norman. This is the Slovenian on your screen, but critically, he's 33 seconds ahead of 5th place Lewis Gilbert, who's on the slick tyre on a wet, greasy track here at Cremona. Look at the spray.
I mean, in hindsight, again, it was a no-brainer. I mean, even from here, as soon as the rain started to fall, I was like, well, the track is already damp, and it's not letting up, even a light rain. And that's the thing, right, is that wet tyres on a dry track, they're predictable. You can kind of manage them. Yeah, you're going to shred through a set of wets, and you are going to be tremendously slower than a set of slicks. But I think the damage wets on dries, nowhere near the damage that you feel dries on a wet circuit. It is insurmountable. There is the 338 of Trebek trying to deal with some lap traffic. Very rarely do we say that in the world of karting. They're going to draw 4 wide on the run to the pit lane hairpin. And look at the difference in confidence that the 338 has. I mean, it's paramount. Just a night and day, really, wet and dry, quite literally, between Trebek and the rest of the field. I mean, he has just given everyone a demonstration as to what it means. And again, I think even he, at the beginning, had some doubts as to what was going on. There's the 338, the Slovenian of Nick Trebek. Like I say, some doubts. But in the end, his choice was firm. And now he's out there on circuit, just showing everyone, really, what's what. Of course, Tobias Norman has closed up a bit of a gap. I mean, 30 places gained for Norman. Amongst the top 4, 87 combined places gained from Trebek, Norman, West and Schoens. 30 for Norman, 32 for Schoens, 23 for West and 2 for Nick Trebek. I mean, you have to say to Trebek as well, he had a lot more to lose than the likes of Norman, West and Schoens. Those 4 starting further back, I mean, you might as well, because you're not here to finish, you know, P20, P23, P24. And if everyone's on dries and you start dries, well, that's the best you're going to get. You might as well try something different. But the 338 had a hell of a lot more to lose. He gambled, and, well, now he's reaping the rewards. Probably one of the easier final victories that he's ever going to get. The traffic, of course, is having some implications. It slowed Trebek down a couple of seconds a lap, which is allowing Tobias Norman to close back in. So traffic management becoming a bit of a skill in karting, which, yeah, very rarely do you say in terms of lap traffic. Over half distance now through this race. The gap between Tobias Norman and Nick Trebek coming down less than 6 seconds, but I think the Slovenian might well have this in the bag. As long as he can keep it clean for the remaining few laps, it'll be, well, 7 laps at the line.
That's exactly right, Zach. We saw the opposite happen in the pre-final this morning when Lorenzo Giaquinto and Dragos Vessel could say, incidentally, Dragos is into P17. They made that exact strategy, and that's possibly why we saw so many drivers not elect to gamble. It was a big risk for the driver on your screen from Slovenia, Nick Trebek from grid 3. Yeah, exactly right. Juris Guens from grid 36. Tobias Norman from grid 32. And Jack West for MLC Motorsport, who's looking at a podium here this afternoon, back on grid 26. As you say, Zach, nothing really to lose for those drivers. As we see Titouan Lescali, who is still in position 21, have a lap put on him. So everyone up to 20th place. Matthias Kelly up. There's the blue flag flying. Nick Trebek inside second row of the grid. It could well have ended up like the MKC Motorsport drivers this morning. Just carving through the field. The rain is still falling. Yes, there was doubt, certainly for the KSP Biralat Austria team, because there was sunshine. It had stopped raining when the green flag flew. Nick Fidebets must have been nervous as he goes by. Tisfan Bike, Dragos, Vasil Gudze, Tom Langlois, Boaz Maximov, Nick Fidebets, the final third of the race. There's the sunshine, but the track is saturated. Fidebets, 6.2 seconds clear of Tobias Norman. Jack West, MLC Motorsport, the Brit behind the Dane, the Slovenian leads. Going down the inside of the SP Motorsport driver, Max Zadursky. Frustrating is not the right word for the young Dutchman, indeed, for 30 drivers in the field. 32, in fact, starting on the Mojo Slick tyre. Just a glance out the window, and the rain has just stopped up now, just easing up, but the track is saturated. The Slovenian Nick Fidebets on your screen, carving through the field, enjoying himself out there. Coming up to Sebastian Koch, who's only a position outside the top 10. The Dams Racing Team driver has also gone a lap down. Next in line, Will Archer and the Trent Valley Kart Club champion, Harry Freeman. This is Will in 3:01, 3:78 just ahead. On the outside, finding grip where there is none for the slick drivers, just carving on through, taking the KR Sport drivers down through the chicane on lap 11. 4 laps remaining. Here's Macaulay Bishop, P8, about to go a lap down. Remarkable scenes here this afternoon at Cremona. There's the sunshine, the track glistening, but the rooster tails of spray as well as the blue flag continues to fly. Fidebets in P1, looking at a victory for Slovenia, for the KSB Birilat Austrian team. The gap down to 4 seconds. Has to be careful though, because Tobias Norman from grid 32. This is Bishop. Humiliation for 32 drivers here who are going to go a lap down, including 5th place at Lewis Gilbert, Scott Marsh, the pole sitter, and Austin Lee. Bishop in P8 has now been lapped. So Nick Fidebets in P1, 4.2 seconds clear of Tobias Norman for RS competition from Denmark, from grid 32. And Jack West from grid 26 for MLC Motorsport on the podium at the moment. The dying stages of the Senior Max Final. The Slovenian down the back straight. We wait for Tobias in 3:20. Not on screen yet. The gap at 4.6 seconds pulls away. Tobias with a 1:06.950. So the crossover point, 61 seconds. Zach, we're nowhere near it. The rain is falling.
Yeah, nowhere near. I don't think we were ever going to be near it, in all honesty. Like I was saying, it doesn't take a lot for a lot to happen when it comes to wet weather. Slicks are great when the track is perfectly dry. You can get temperature into them. The minute there's even a bit of doubt, you know, they become like, it's like driving on ice. You know, they rely on that contact patch, and the minute it's not there, it's completely gone. Whereas the wets, at the very least, they dissipate that. They give themselves, albeit, you know, slightly smaller contact patch overall. That's why they suck in the dry, but that's why they obviously work and do their job. They get that contact patch, they get that grip, and give these drivers that confidence. The slick tyres just never had that in this race. Even if the rain stopped, even if it was only light, it was enough to make the difference. The painted lines, the curbs, all of that becomes so much more slippery and just give the confidence. I mean, we saw it from the opening corner. Nick Fidebets just leaps and bounds in a different category relative to those around him. And he's got 2 laps at the line to hang on to it. I mean, even since then, he's done a sensational job just to keep it clean. It's difficult on wet tyres to stay on the road in of itself, even if you are quicker than the rest of the pack. Also, big shout out to Tobias Norman. That gap between the pair of them has been coming down by about half a second a lap. 4.2 seconds between them. It's not going to be enough for Norman to go from 32nd to victory, but it is going to be enough for him to go from 32nd to P2. I mean, what a drive that it's been, following our leader here. And again, the right decision. Everyone had the option, had the opportunity to put the wets on. 1 in 12 of them decided to do that. And that 1 in 12, that 8% roughly of them, are the ones that now lock up 1, 2, 3, and 4. Nick Trebek, the one that's giving everyone that showcase. Tobias Norman, Jack West, and of course Yuri Schons. Jack West up there in 3rd position, the 3:37. look out for him in the Ultimate Karting Championship in 2025. He'll be out at Wilton Mill hoping for some slightly drier conditions off the back of winning the Vice Championship in the UKC in 2025.
Zach, we have to give some credit as Nick Trebet on the penultimate lap of the race heads towards victory. Will Archer has come from the second last row of the grid. He's on the Mojo slick tyre and he's well inside the top 10. Outstanding 3:01 from Will, who's now in P9 after starting on grid 34. Credit to Archer, who will be the fourth driver home, starting on the slick tyre. It is Trebet, Tobias Norman, Jack West, 1, 2, 3. The gap down to 3.7 seconds. The penultimate lap. In fact, we're on to the final lap now. This is the race leader. This is the Slovenian KSB Birolard from Austria. Trebet, 3.1 seconds is coming down. Tobias from the back of the grid from Denmark on the podium at the moment. And Jack West, currently P3, as Yuri Skudens crosses the line from last on the grid to P4.
Half a lap left to go for Nick Trebet, and on a day where tyre strategy decided the race, KSB and Nick Trebet can hold their head-ups very high, but they made the right call. Same to Tobias Norman, who has come from 32nd to finish within 3 seconds of the race lead. What a day it has been. Testing weather conditions, those on the slicks, I mean, a valiant effort from each of them, particularly Will Archer, 25 positions gained. Austin Lee up to P5 on the slicks as well. But one man will take the crown for the opening round of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy in 2026. Nick Trebet prevails in changeable conditions. He adapts the best, and a valiant effort from the Slovenian to take victory in Senior Max. He brings it home for KSB Racing. Tobias Norman, Jack West will join him on the podium. 4 drivers decided to start on the wets, and they finish 1, 2, 3, and 4. Austin Lee in P5, the first of those that opted to start on the Mojo slicks. Lewis Gilbert, Scott Marsh, Macaulay Bishop, Will Archer, 25 positions gained. Comes across the line in P9 from Freddie Lloyd in P10. What a race that was. Again, changeable conditions, adaptability, attrition, trust, instinct, intuition, whatever you want to call it, prevails today. And Nick Trebet rises above the rest in Senior Max to take the championship lead in the Euro Trophy.
A Slovenian victory here this afternoon. Nick Trebet crosses the line to take victory from Tobias Norman, who came from grid 32. And Jack West, MLC Motorsport, outstanding, home in 3rd place from Yuri Skudens. And Austin Lee, yes, the first driver home on the slick tyre on a glistening but wet track here at CREMONA. Nick Trebet from Slovenia. KSB Birolard of Austria takes victory in round 1 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy here at CREMONA, and therefore obviously takes the lead into Wackersdorf, the second round of the championship, albeit only just by 3 points over Lewis Gilbert. We'll get to that in a moment. These are the results of the Senior Max Final on a wet track. Nick Trebet takes victory. Tobias Norman, outstanding from the back of the grid, 32nd home into 2nd place. And Jack West, MLC Motorsport, the Brit, 26th to 3rd from Yuri Skudens. Austin Lee, awesome for the German, the first driver home on the Mojo slick from Lewis Gilbert, who's 2nd in the championship now, from Scott Marsh, who is 3rd in the championship. But today belongs to the Slovenian. Nick Trebet wins here at CREMONA round 1. The Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, presented now for the 3rd year by WSK Promotion. And wouldn't you know it, the sun is coming out to shine and the rain has stopped.
I'd be surprised. I'm surprised as to how many of these types of weekends I've had. Remember back to last year, we had it round number 2 of the UKC at Larkhall every 10 minutes. It was downpour, sun, track dry, track wet. We had it again at Dunkswell. I think it was again at Rowra. So 3 of the 6 rounds, it was changeable conditions. And now we've had it for a few rounds, you know, in terms of WSK events, in terms of Rotax events, it's been exactly the same. I mean, yeah, come to the north of Italy at the beginning of spring, the weather will be great, and apparently it's not been. It's been either pouring it down or it's been lovely in sunshine. It just hasn't been able to decide. Very British is the only way I can really put it.
Well, to be fair, the 3 tracks that you noted there, we are talking the north.
Well, Dunkswell is the very south. Dunkswell is
with the exception of Larkhall in Scotland and Rowa, which is
they're
almost Scotland.
They are north, yeah.
That's almost the North Pole.
Yeah. No, the Rowa in the lakes, it's in a quarry. It's always going to be a little bit rainy, and Larkhall, obviously, yeah, always.
The 2026 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Zach, next weekend is the first day of springtime. So just to conclude that point regarding the weather, as we go to Wackersdorf in beautiful Bavaria in springtime, I'll use the cliches, the trees will be blowing, the flowers will be blooming. Let's hope for better weather for round 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy.
Yeah, fingers crossed. And just in the sake that even if it's one extreme or the other, either be pouring of rain all day or be completely dry all day. It saves everyone the headache. Everyone knows what tyres they need to be on. Everyone can prepare properly. Nonetheless, that's going to conclude it for the opening round of the Euro Trophy in 2026. Ian's going to run down to go and do the final podium of the day, where Slovenia, Denmark and the UK represented on the podium. The top 4, a net 87 positions gained. Nick Trebek put a lap on every single driver that started on the slicks. From, well, the 36 that started, everyone up until 5th was lapped down relative to the leader. We lost 8 drivers: Lucas Schlegel, Tino Stidler, Ottenshammer, Varga, Bosshaus, Truman, Jeremy Roivers and Hamilton. From that one, Rory Armstrong finishing 28th and last, 2 laps down, unfortunately, for the Northern Irishman. And what was a testing day, Dragos Avasukuti probably kicking himself a little bit to have made the wrong decision 2 times in a row. Or, well, have made the decisions the other way around. If he'd have started on the wets in this one, started on the slicks earlier on, he probably would have been a lot better than 14th by the end of the final. Big shout out to Will Archer, though. Didn't finish on the podium, but on the slicks climbed 25 positions into 9th. But I mean, all of the credit has to go to the top 4. They made the right decision. They trusted their gut. They had the intuition to excel. And 87 positions gained between the 4 of them. Nick Trebek, Tobias Norman, Jack West will be up there on the podium. And what a way to conclude a very interesting weekend in terms of the changeable weather conditions here, there, everywhere. Fluctuating roller coaster of the weekend that we've had at the fantastic facility that is CREMONA. We've been treated to the tones of the engines of the go-karts. We've been treated to the tones of the engines of the bike testing that we've had just on the big circuit behind us. It's been a very, very good weekend indeed. Thank you, of course, for your company, those joining us around the world. I'll say my piece before we head down to Ian. Again, always a pleasure in the commentary box for the Euro Trophy. And I hope everyone has enjoyed the coverage. Myself, Zach Sweeney, Ian Salvestrin in the commentary box, bringing you the coverage. Big shout out, of course, to the production team, to all of the camera operators. Big shout out to the marshals, medical crew, to the drivers, mechanics, team members, family members, supporters around the world. Big shout out to all of you guys and all of your efforts so far this weekend and for the season ahead as well. Won't be too much longer until we head down to Ian for the final podium of the day. Of course, we started it with DD2, DD2 Masters, Mini Max, Junior Max, and well, now ending it with Senior Max. And again, testing conditions. It's been a bit of a headache for mechanics and drivers alike. Nerves through the roof. Interesting weather conditions and temperature as well. Fluctuating temperature. It's either been boiling hot to the point where you're taking your hoodie off to then straight away putting a big puffy jacket back on again. So it really hasn't decided what it wants to do. And I think probably a very good way of opening up the Euro Trophy. After the success that we had 2 months ago at Campillos, let's head down to Ian for the final time today. The Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy, Senior Max, and the podium.
Thank you, Zach. The final podium of the afternoon. What a finish to round one, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. Rain affected, and that certainly had an effect on the results, but we've got three very worthy podium drivers in just a moment. Round one, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy in Senior Max. We started with a record 110 drivers in the original Senior Max category here this weekend, and we're down to the final three. From the back of the grid, MLC Motorsport from Great Britain in third place. Let's hear it for Jack West. From grid 32 from Denmark in second place for RS competition, Tobias Norman. Well, the Slovenian has effectively, before the start, he bought a winning lottery ticket. He had everything to lose, but he's the winner here this afternoon. The winner of round one, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy for the KSB Birolat Austria team from Slovenia, Nick Trobec. And the winning team, KSB Racing Team from Austria, represented by Filippo Laghi. Third place from Great Britain, Jack West. Second place from Denmark, Tobias Norman. From Slovenia, the winner of round one, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy here at CREMONA. Let's hear a big round of applause for the race winner, Nick Trobec. And Filippo Laghi representing the winning KSB Racing Team from Austria. The national anthem of Slovenia. The podium for round one, the Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy from Great Britain. In third place, Jack West. From Denmark in second, Tobias Norman. And the winner here at CREMONA, the Slovenian, Nick Trobec. What a fantastic start to the 2026 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy under very trying and changeable conditions here at CREMONA in Italy. From here, we go to Wackersdorf Pro Kart Raceland in Germany, the first weekend of May. That's the second round of the Rotax Max Challenge. It's been a brilliant weekend. 227 drivers from 40 nations around the world here at CREMONA. On behalf of everyone at Rotax Karting, WSK Promotion, and the team here at CREMONA Circuit, we'd like to say thanks for watching. We'll see you at Wackersdorf, beautiful Bavaria, for round two of the 2026 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy. We'll see you the first weekend of May in Germany.